Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS. This is Playoffs Edition. My name is Thunder. I am joined once again by my wonderful color caster, Oshi Dash. How are you doing on this fine Playoffs Wednesday, Oshi?
I am insane at the moment. I am beyond thrilled for the fact that we are in playoffs, which is incredible. The fact that we made it through the season with, two hiccups from you, essentially, and that was mostly
Right.
it. Which is great, even for you. That's a good record for you.
Honestly,
You're improving.
that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. We're on the up and up.
Yeah, this is my second season, right? I basically started last season going into playoffs, so this is home territory for me in the CCS. Speaking of home territory, Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush, two names we're incredibly familiar with. Getting into the draft here, it looks like they're going to start up. Hard Hat Zone on the blue side, CB Rush on the red side, with a Wukong band to start us off.
Indeed. And I mean, Oshi, we are very familiar with best of fives because that is the playoffs bracket format. It is best of fives. This could go all 5 games, could be a giga banger. But additionally, all of the matches in playoffs are going to be best of fives. We have the Wednesday bracket today, Thursday bracket tomorrow. It is, if you lose here, you're not out of the tournament. It is double elim, so there will be a lower bracket. These two teams are currently in the upper bracket. The winner here goes on to play Omega Gaming Obsidian, so keep an eye out for that. Again, both these teams, they are quite good. They are quite strong. CB Rush was on an absolute tear towards the end of the season, and Hard Hat Zone is definitely on a resurgence. Again, bans are coming in. We got the Twitch ban, Irelia, and Seraphine ban. Seraphine is the most Fun fact, Seraphine is the most banned champion in the CCS. Yeah. We got our stat sheet out finally, and that was one of the big things that stuck out. Nobody here wants to see Seraphine. We're doing Captain Flowers proud. We all hate her, all right? Silas goes out too, and we're going to get one ban in from CB Rush.
I mean, just think about the few times that we have seen Seraphine, right? I don't think we've really seen her lose a game. Right. We've seen her both in the true support role as well as in the fasting role for AD carries, and it's devastating every single time. I'm not going to call her broken, but she's definitely overtuned for the level that is played at right now. But what a gorgeous character. Incredible kit design, incredible makeup. A Cassiopeia band, by the way, so that's a neat for everybody at home to take a quick look at to see who plays what. But first pick, drum roll, we're under 10 seconds. Hard Hat.
First pick Scion again? That'd be Twitch can't get first pick. We've had some interesting first picks. And it looks like we actually get the first pick Amumu locked in. So in theory, that could go into hands of Llama or Dragon Mooncake. Honestly, I'm not too mad to see either of them take it.
I mean, most banned against them. By the way, that is top 5. Most banned against Hard Hat. Okay. Very frequently played by Dragon Mooncake in the support role. Does very well on him. Incredible stat averages across the season. And it's not a new thing either. Dragon Mooncake, very first game they played Amumu. By the way, 26 assists that game. Something to take note of.
Oh,
okay.
This is a heck of a bottom lane. The Neela Tarek bottom lane. I think we saw it on LCS stage one time. If you want a bot lane that you just can't kill, this is what you pick. This will be going into the hands of Glacial and Love Me, aka Coil. So that is, unless of course this is Brankel's beloved Tarek jungle.
I get to say silly things. Okay.
Oh, Hard Hat Zone. Dragon Mooncake doesn't get the Amumu. The Renata is picked up. Llamas on the Amumu. They are changing things up.
Okay, so this is where things get really, really interesting, right? Because you first pick the Amumu, right? And CB Rush goes, oh, they're going to try and kill us early. They're going to take advantage of the 2 bandage tosses, the double stun, all that. So we're going to pick, like you said, a lane that doesn't die. And Hard Hat goes, Amumu's actually not going there. And now look at this. We're not a Sivir. I mean, this lane pushes you in over and over and over, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, Nyla does not push back as fast as Sivir pushes in. So very nice little bait by Hard Hat Zone, showing a little bit of prowess, possibly having spent a little bit of time on one of our favorite things that we will talk about a little later on.
Indeed, indeed. But the other thing is, okay, so Olaf is what I'm assuming is most like, I mean, that's most likely going to be going into the jungle for Hunter Wolf Steel on the Olaf. But yeah, Hard Hat Zone, they have picked up the Renata into Neela, which Neela is a melee ADC. Her range can get extended, but she is 100% a melee ADC, so Renata, perfect answer to that. Honestly, a pretty good answer into Olaf, too. CB Rush just picked it into it. So we're going to have to see what the rest of CB Rush want to do with their team composition, but bans should be coming in. That is the Yasuo taken away. One notable thing, Hardhead Zone have not yet banned either Set or Camille away from Pip in CB Rush's top side of the map. Both champions have been pretty high priority in CB Rush's game, so they still opt to take the Vex. Pip, champion pool left untouched for now.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd say champion pool, it really is like those two are the biggest picks, right?
Right.
I love this stat sheet because I get to sit here and just go, let's see, we've got a Mordekaiser, we've got a Set, 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 we've got right? Like
lots of Set.
It's a whole lot of Set being played by one person. But I mean, most people don't even consider Set a threat anymore, right? Like the nerfs really took him down, kind of forces him more into the tanky role of the tank bruiser role. But I mean,
he's terrible into Renata.
Yeah, right. But on top of that, you have an Olaf who's incredible into Renata and a Mumu because you ignore everything they have. Right. So very good on the counter or on the dive aspect for CB Rush but only with that one champion, that one pick.
Right.
And some very big counter dive and dive champions banned out actually with the Azir and the Mordekaiser going down.
Right. And so for the rest of this, again, CB Rush, I'm not expecting Pip to play the, I mean, maybe Pip will play the Olaf. Maybe I'm just talking and Pip will play the Olaf. I think that would be an absolute giga chad of a flex, but I'm really expecting the top laner to be the kick. There we see the Ari picked up into the hands of Rutledge. We've seen some crazy stuff out of Rutledge, and I expect this mid lane to be extremely explosive. And technically, CB Rush did decide to give Alternative here counterpick for the mid lane, and that is always a dangerous thing. Alternative, one of the only people in the CCS this year to have a pentakill, has more mid lane solo kills than any other mid laner, and decides to go for the Anivia pick.
No.
I was getting so ready to hype up the 1v9 can absolutely carry any games, but like
11-5 on Sylas, 12-0 on Cassiopeia, 18-4 on Irelia, 12-3 on Yasuo. Like 11-6 on Victor.
To be fair, all the champions you just mentioned before Victor are banned, but still.
Right? But still, like, this is not the type of mage that he plays. This is not how he goes off. I mean,
maybe he knows something we don't.
I've seen an pentakills. Okay,
right.
I lived in the era of young Bjergsen. Okay, we're not there anymore. This isn't that Anivia.
No, not at all. But these last few picks, the Camille, understandable for Pip. I think probably better than Set, more of a silent. You don't have to group for team fights against the Renata. You can jump behind her. But Hardhead Zone have picked up Lilia top. And Oshi, I'm going to be honest with you. About 4 patches ago, I was you know this. I was the biggest Lilia top stan. I was all in, all chips were in. All eggs were in one Lilia top basket. And ever since that got nerfed, I think it's been terrible. And this draft from Hardhead Zone, I'm sitting here thinking like they have to have such a strong plan in mind for this game 1, and Bennett better pop off on this Lilia. Honestly, I'm expecting Llama to play topside really heavily.
Or you have the oldest thing that you will have never seen, which is an Amumu top lane.
Okay. You're right. I'm going to be honest. I thought for maybe half a second about a Mumu top lane just because Lilia was in the jungle. But I was like, no, that can't possibly there's no logic to that, right?
Think about how Camille fights. Camille is an in and out fighter, right? You take an in and out fighter and put them against a double skill shot stun with a massive AoE snare, right?
Yeah,
Percent-based health damage, and an AoE burst ability that resets on getting auto-attacked.
that is true. And I mean, Amumu into Olaf isn't phenomenal. So you know what? I
I'm
would
just
be
saying,
okay. No,
if
it's Lilia top. It's Lilia top.
they can still switch.
They can still switch,
They can
but
still switch.
I don't. You know, no. Again, normally I'm the one with the copium picks, Oshi, but it feels like we're rocking with. I expect the Amumu jungle. Llama is a phenomenal player, but
Yeah.
if we get Lilia jungle and a Mumu top, I don't know. Like, I'll eat a shoe or something. All right. Like if someone's about to message Hard Hat Zone and be like, swap this quickly. We need the content. Fine. I will eat my shoe if this Amumu
Flay,
goes into the top lane.
Flay, I see you. I see you in Flay chat. You're listening. You know how to make this a thing. You could make this. You could make
It's
him
not
eat
gonna
a
happen.
shoe.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Olaf goes jungle again. These lock-ins
Yeah.
are expected. I don't think we're gonna get anything too out of the park. But I will say is like Anivia can be a pretty good, can be kind of a decent front line, I guess. Can kind of just create a front line, but Hard Hat Zone, they are pretty much across the board really squishy. Tank Lilio was really heavily nerfed. It's not. I would not. I don't even think it's really a viable thing anymore. Maybe Bennett has some different ideas, some different plans here. But for CB Rush, it feels like they definitely have the frontline advantage, maybe even the split push advantage.
Yeah.
So I really like CB Rush's comp more so than Hard Hat Zones right now.
So your split push advantage is an Anivia in the side lane, right?
Right.
And you have a Camille that's going to try and dive into a stun under tower at that point, right?
Right.
So you're pretty okay in terms of 5v5 team fights. If you get a good wall, Olaf doesn't get in, right? Nyla
Right.
doesn't get in, Tarek doesn't get in. So you have an Ari that can ult over the wall and a Camille that can hop over the wall. And there's your disengage, you walk away, right? If it's mid lane, like in the middle of a lane, that is the worst case scenario. And how often do fights happen there these days? They really don't. Especially when, look at the hard engage here. There's an Amumu.
Mm-hmm.
There's
You got your
Ari
handshake.
Charm, right? Like it's yeah. So
we'll definitely see. CB Rush do definitely have to run at Hard Hat Zone. I think Hard Hat Zone have the range just overall. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure even Lilia range is more than what CB Rush have overall. So that we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And again, it looks like Lilia is going to get locked in the top lane. So
yeah.
I'm interested. The Lilia Camille matchup. It's all going to come down to whether or not Pip is going to land those hook shot wall dives, but at the end, this is going to be, again, this is game one, Oshi. These drafts are already pretty spicy. So I'm going to ask you again, this is a best of 5. Who do you think's coming out on top overall in the series? What's going to be the score?
We keep talking about the jungle, and I'm taking a look at it right now, and there's nothing to see in terms of these champions. Like, there's very little that have been played between either of them. Hunter Wolf, his very last game, he played Olaf, and that's it. And it's kind of the same thing on the other side. There's one Lilia jungle game there. There's no Amumu jungle games, right? So this does come down to a battle of the jungle. We have a lot to look forward to top lane, but Lilia's weak side. No questions asked at this point, right? The bot lane, in my opinion, is where really the fighting is going to be happening continuously, because neither of these teams are going to, or neither of these duos are going to die very easily. Neither of them have the ability to lock the other one down long enough and with enough damage to kill them, not until at least 6, 7. And I mean, I'm just looking at a lack of hard CC on a lot in the overall. I don't want to make any kind of a game decisive decision, a game decision here. I just everything's really weird for game one, man.
That's fair. Well, we will have to see. We'll have to see after this. But if you want to get a little bit more insight into not only drafts, but League of Legends, figuring out what you are good at, and when you're playing, what your enemy is good at, how you can counter them, what picks you can pull from, you can use our wonderful sponsor, ProComps. It's a first of its kind drafting tool aimed for competitive and solo queue play. It allows the user live feedback and analysis on drafting, giving you recommendations on picks, notes on matchups, and analysis on your enemy team's win cons so you can stop them in their tracks. These features allow you, yes, you, to gain an edge on your opponent and improve your drafting skills. Use code CCS for 50% off your first 3 months. With that, we will go into a brief spectator delay before we get into Game 1 of CB Rush versus Hard Hat Zone.
Everybody panic! Hold on. I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Da-da-da-da. Aw, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Head first we'll go tumbling through places unknown, with nothing but the stars to light our way. And though the sun may set at night, tomorrow looks so bright. 'Cause home is when you're by my side. No matter what we do, together we'll see it through. And I hope that we won't drift apart, even though things change. Without you, it's not the same. I know it's true. Life's better when it's me and you. Is there reason in this life we call our own?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Excuse the sepia tone screen. The ADC for, I think it was CB Rush, briefly disconnected. One of the ADCs briefly disconnected. They're having some internet issues, but they have reconnected, and we are back getting ready to scrap. We got summoner spells recorded. There's notably no flash on Nyla, which I think, I'm going to be honest, that's a little weird.
So trading the cleanse out for the flash, okay, I guess I can understand that. The thing is, like, Llama's ganks just got so much better.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so much better. You get snared by Renata when the Amumu's coming in, you pop that cleanse because you're like, oh no, I'm scared. Oh, okay, well, here's 2 bandage tosses. Right? Cleanse is not, it's not as good against Amumu as it ever could have been. It's not going to be that good against this team overall. I mean, the amount of CC on the side of Hard Hat Zone is absurd. Right?
Yes.
So it's Glyphortial. As he prefers to be called, I'm told. You got your work cut out for you just by your summoner spell choices alone.
Right.
The other thing that's really interesting is just because we're on the note of him, that's a Doran's Shield start too. That is a
Is.
scared Glacial.
Yeah, I am. I think Glacial is. Oh, the only thing I can think of is that, Glacial. Hey, maybe it was maybe it was Procom telling Glacial what to do, giving Glacial the advice needed, and that, hey, maybe Flash on Nyla just isn't the play, but maybe he has confidence in Coil and Love Me down there as his support. Coil has performed absolutely phenomenally as their support so far over the last couple of weeks. So I can see why Glacial would have faith in kind of this defensive tower pick. The Cosmic Radiance, a really great form of protection, but it does have to channel. He just doesn't have that instantaneous get out of there card, which with so much of this, I mean, it's going to be so hard to escape. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen with that. But otherwise, again, I know we got the Anivia pick for alternative. I'm still excited for this mid lane. I expect, quite frankly, even with the Anivia pickup, I think alternative is still just going to play like an absolute mad lad.
He has to. He 100% has to. His team is going to rely on him too, because that's what he has done the entire season long. I listed off the champions that he has played and how he has done on them, and he does not play the passive mage type like Anivia at any point in time. The closest to would be Victor, I guess. Right? Like he played a 16-0 Lee Sin mid, by the way. Like, just to give you an idea of the kind of person that we're like, why did he pick Anivia? Like, Anivia's not a bad champion, especially in this matchup. We talked about it in the break, you and I, about, counters the Olaf decently well. You put the wall up, he can't come running in. Perfect. That's great. Kind of forces CB Rush to hop over it with only two of their champions. Pretty difficult situation. But otherwise, you're just Anivia. You're not this big mobile playmaker. You're not an assassin, which are the two things that we have seen him play the most.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a situation without a doubt.
And we did just see Glacial disconnect again, but should probably be back soon. I will say the pause time is going to be a little bit extended because, of course, we had our spectator delay. So we do have to catch back up to that, but we are going to keep trying to keep communication with the players. Once again, Glacial has reconnected. It'll probably be a couple of minutes, maybe, another minute or two before we get fully back into the game. Just again, the spectator does have to catch back up with the delay. Otherwise, taking a look, there's not anything absolutely insane, I guess, when it comes to the rest of what the draft is built up. But I will say for both of these teams, the stakes here are a little bit different. CB Rush, they are playing, of course, both teams are playing to move on. They don't want to go in the lower bracket, right? You want to avoid that run. There are, you have to play almost double the amount of games in the lower bracket if you want to make it to Wednesday finals. And if you win Wednesday finals, you go to grand finals. And so being able to take a week off, in between every now and then would be pretty nice. But CB Rush, they want to win, but Hard Hat Zone, they have a grudge rematch if they win. These teams will go on to play Omega Gaming Obsidian. That's the only team that Hard Hat Zone, that's one of only two teams Hard Hat Zone lost to in the regular season. And I mean, it was fairly close, but Hard Hat Zone weren't really able to make too much happen. They definitely want a little bit of redemption here. And CB Rush, they've only lost once. They lost to Dorado Gaming Omega, and they want to keep up their relatively clean record. So both teams here, there should be on pretty equal footing. I mean, you just look at the stats; it's almost the exact same, aside from one pretty big one. But these should be evenly matched. But honestly, I think Hard Hat Zone, might have a little bit more skin in the game, at least for this first one.
Yeah, and it's just because you mentioned it, right? CB Rush, you're looking at a 70% win rate with a 31-minute average game. Hard Hat Zone, 65% win rate with a 29-minute average game. That's pretty insanely close considering Hard Hat Zone played 17 games and there's only a 5% difference, right?
Right.
That's basically a 1-game win difference is what that nearly comes down to.
Yeah.
The KD difference per teams is off by 0.02, by the way. 1.51 for CB Rush, 1.49 for Hard Hat Zone. Insane to have two teams that are this close. This metric is absurd, by the way. Damage per minute.
Yeah.
Overall for the teams, okay, the damage per minute is off by 7.7.
And it's over 2,800.
Over 2,800 damage per minute apiece, and the difference between them is 7.7 damage. Okay, that is a caster minion auto attack against somebody that has a ton of armor.
But even
yeah.
with how close all those stats are, the most notable one, again, these teams, their win rate is pretty close. All the stats are pretty close, but Hard Hat Zone's goal difference at 14. So about the midpoint on their games when Herald is spawning, when kind of the second dragon is coming up. Hard Hat Zone have a goal difference of 56.7. CB Rush have a goal difference of 1,525.
Now, that is impressive. Yes. However, roll that in comparison with the 5% win difference.
That is true.
Right? So Hard Hat Zone is more consistent in clutching out close games than CB Rush is in winning games they have a significant lead in.
Yes.
Right? That's the big stat to take away from that. And you look at overall map control. CB Rush focuses Dragon more than Hard Hat Zone. Hard Hat prefers the Rift Herald. So those are the big places to watch where players are going to come. Right? That tells you that Hard Hat Zone focuses the top lane a lot more, which is why you see Pip starting with a Doran shield.
Right.
So.
And we already see Llama up here, but both junglers will be starting top side. It looks like they'll probably be pathing down. I'm interested to see how fast this Amumu clears compared to Hunter Wolfsteal on this Olaf. But again, it's with those percentages on the neutral objectives. I'm really expecting the top side of Hard Hat Zone to be popping off. I'm expecting the bot side of CB Rush to be popping off. But that said, again, the Nyla does have the Doran's shield, gets outranged by the Sivir, so I know Glacial, definitely one of the better ADCs on Wednesday. We'll have to see if he can kind of keep up that pressure this team has generated to keep kind of stacking those Drakes.
Yeah, and that on the other side, though, Retroflexion, right? Glacial, as you said, one of the better ADCs that we have on these Wednesdays. This is everything in the favor of Retroflexion as of Champ Select.
Right.
He has to capitalize. And again, you're capitalizing against a player that on the scoreboard, the stats board alone, is better than you. I'm not saying he is for sure, but by stats alone, Glacial is one of the best ADCs we have in the league.
Yeah.
So.
And that's always the challenge. I mean, that's why CB Rush has only lost one game, and that was to, CB Rush lost to the team that has probably the best ADC Joker on both Wednesday and Thursday. That's their only loss. So looking at it that way, Glacial is probably the second best ADC. But that's debatable. That's debatable.
They just lost to the ADC that played in the amateur worlds, right?
And won. So it's you can only do so much. But we already are seeing a little bit of action from Llama, just taking a peek at this mid wave, saying hi to Rutledge, stealing some of Alternative's experience. Don't you just love it as a mid laner when your jungler does that? And Rutledge already has the push. We are seeing how fast Hunter Wolfsteal is getting done with this clear. Already has Wolves, is going to be getting done with blue and starting this gromp up here very, very quickly. We'll absolutely be getting first crab. So it'll be on Llama. He's probably going to have to path back up if they want to get first crab. And we'll see if Hunter Wolfsteal will want to try to get an early gank here.
I honestly wouldn't be too surprised if we saw the bot lane from Hard Hat Zone push out into River to try and support a crab contest, just because of how far in they have managed to push. A level down at the moment, though, because of that push. There it is.
Right.
Coming back up. Actually, I am incorrect. It is the Ahri, Mr. Rutledge himself, that comes down to ensure the crab take. That is very big, very smart play right there out of CB Rush. You love to see things like that. Overall map awareness, and more importantly, there's going to be a lot of communication between the two of them saying, hey, I want to make sure that you keep the experience advantage that you're going to have. Meanwhile, we've got a lane gank in the bot.
We do indeed. Llama sacrificing the crab, seeming knowingly sacrificing both crabs to go ahead and get the recall for now. Was in lane, but just went on back, got the first purchase, and that's Hunter Wolfsteal up 2 crabs to none, and going in, dropping down some vision up on the blue quadrant of Hard Hat Zone's jungle.
Yeah, this is exactly what you expect to see in this jungle matchup up in CS, getting both of the crabs. I mean, a pickaxe first buy is great as well. And you take a look at this top lane, and like we said, Ben is the weak side in this top lane here, or we expect him to be playing the weak side here. And the amusing thing is, he's the one who's up in health.
Yeah,
he's
I mean,
down
hey,
in CS, but
the Lilia harass is really, really phenomenal. I mean, you see the Q there. I mean, Pip is going to be struggling a little bit. The magic resist shield is quite strong, but Bennett can just keep hitting that Q, and Pip isn't like the cooldown for the poke on these champions between Camille and Lilia. Lilia's up so much faster than Camille's, so I'm honestly not going to be too surprised, at least until we get to that mid-late game. But we're already seeing, it looks like, yeah, CB Rush, they want to go for this dragon at 5 minutes, basically on spawn.
They knew that the Amumu had to go top lane. They knew he finished his rotation bot lane and wouldn't have anything down there. Nothing for him to take. Alternative with a little bit of poke there. Dragon Mooncake, not the right place to be.
Oh, no. Does manage to handshake, get the stun, but Glacial wants to go for a little bit of the chase. Pip did teleport back into the lane. Does have a Sheen now, so a definite item advantage over Bennett for the time being, who only has that Sapphire Crystal. So that is first Drake going over, and looks like Hunter Wolfsteal might make their way up to the mid lane. Overall, CS in favor of, I mean, for the time being, Hard Hat Zone. Llama trying to go up and take Raptors. Pip is here. Llama has to flash away, but Rutledge hits the charm. Pip chunking them down. Rutledge is actually getting quite weak. The bandage toss comes through, but the first blood goes over to Rutledge.
Yeah, gave up the crabs, gave up the dragon, didn't really have too much choice but to try and counter jungle because there were no good gank situations. He did quite a lot of damage to Rutledge, I will give him that, but ultimately Llama sacrificing his life to the first blood, still down in CS. And the interesting thing to note there, though, is only one assist came through, but alternative out of mana.
Oh, no. I mean, we'll see the Agnivia here shortly. A good charm from Rutledge, who is quite low, but is not going to be low enough, taking some damage from the minions. But Alternative now picking up a second kill. Or, I'm sorry, Rutledge picking up a second kill. If Alternative was not having a good time in this lane, it's only going to get worse.
Now, one of your favorite matchups that you can have in the mid lane is I'm playing a mobile assassin, you're playing a stationary mage. And that is exactly what Rutledge has going in his favor right now. I also want to point out, First Dragon was a Mountain Drake. A lot of the time, you kind of see that and you shake your head at it. It's kind of whatever. But being able to pick up 9% armor and magic resist for a largely melee team is actually incredible for CB Rush. Definitely worth them having compared to, I mean, if it went the other way, if Hard Hat Zone picked up a Mountain Drake first, I wouldn't even mention it because it is not important for them whatsoever. But a 9% difference when you're going to have an Olaf that builds some tank, you're going to have a Tarek that builds tank, and a Tarek that gives you additional stats as well, that 9% is huge.
And we'll see those dragons again start to stack up a little bit more. But I mean, we're talking about that's exactly what CB Rush does. They just stack drakes. They're already on that train. They're only going to keep it up. And that was even without without a ton of priority in the bottom lane. So we'll see just how hard they force it. So far they're rocking about a 1k gold lead, despite, again, kill advantage over to CB Rush, farm advantage over to Hard Hat Zone. And there hasn't quite been too much action around this bottom side yet, but we are about to hit level 6 on all members here. Glacial does already have the Apotheosis, but 2.5 minutes until the dragon. And I mean, right now, Llama has just not been able to have any impact on the map on this Amumu. Curse of the Sad Mummy is online now, but even then, bandage tosses have already been, online and active, and Hunter Wolfsteal has already had multiple successful ganks.
Exactly. It's really just been a case of poor timing. His lanes have had priority at the wrong times for him to come in and gank. He's tried a lane gank bot lane that was no good. He just tried a lane gank top lane that was no good. Again, because you obviously are relying on your team pushing in order to get a lane gank. But ultimately, it just wasn't beneficial for anybody because the other team didn't push out. What I want to draw attention to, though, if anybody had been watching the mini-map for the past little bit, when Amumu was headed up to that top lane, as soon as Amumu left his spawn, amazingly enough, he was just walking out of blue base, red team alert pinged Shelly. Right? They were aware that Rift Herald was going to be spawning, and that is what what Hard Hat Zone prioritizes, right?
Right.
So they said, hey, this is coming up, watch out top lane. And what happened? Pip fell back. Hunter Wolfsteal rotated top lane. We even saw Rutledge walk out of lane, and you can see it on your mini-map. That bush in the ward in the middle of the river, right up by Herald there, was put down by Rutledge after that ping. So they were very aware that they wanted to go, that Hardhat Zone would want to go top lane, and that Llama would be trying to force that Herald. As a result, nothing happened. The lane gank was unsuccessful, and here we are with the Amumu back in the bot lane going to pick up a crab.
Yeah.
Is all he's got.
Yeah, and Hunter Wolf still using that vision that the rest of his team was able to mark out, knowing that the Herald was not taken, knowing that, you know, the top side of the map is pretty much free of sad mummies, and Amumu went down to get the crab, is now coming up towards the mid lane. But honestly, I feel like, you know, this is partially all, you know, with Alternative not having access to something that can really be lane dominant, there's no prio over mid lane, and so Hardhat Zone don't have as much ability to be able to roam up topside, be able to have dominance over that top half of the map. And here we are seeing the roam over into the mid lane coming up from the ADC and support for CB Rush. The CC immune Olaf walks right through the Renata ultimate. Taric ultimate is channeled onto the Olaf. Isn't able to take anybody down yet, but is on the chase for Dragon Moon Cake. Takes one down, will not be... CBR Rutledge is just on an absolute rampage. I'm trying to make this exciting, but this just feels like bullying. Retroflexion is able to get a shutdown here. Bennett throws out the swirl seed. Okay, maybe did actually turn it around. It's a 2-for-1. Kyle actually ended up falling for CB Rush as well, and Hunter Wolfsteal has to run. Llama goes in, maybe gets a little bit of revenge as a jungler. Hunter Wolfsteal is quite strong, but Llama will actually make it 3-for-1 for Hardhat Zone. Never mind, I said it looked bad. It turned out great.
Yeah, that was definitely a overall failed push. A lot burned on both sides there, but overall, Retroflexion had an incredible free fire opportunity. It was basically 1v1 with Coil for the longest time in that fight. We saw Dragon Mooncake being chased down by Hunter Wolfsteal, who wasn't able to keep up with Alternative in the end. And I mean, you saw almost everything that happened on your screens. All that you really missed off screen was Retroflexion right-clicking the life bar of Coil away and then chasing Rutledge down with the ultimate as well. So very well played by him, picking up 2 kills, now a significant lead over his lane partner. Meanwhile, we have Rutledge, who ultimately is just destroying this mid lane, and Alternative we need to see come online. Like, the Zenivia is not going to push out and roam, not the type of champion that it is, but once a bit more AP comes in, once a little more mana sustain comes in as that tier stacks up, we're going to see the Zenivia just sit in the mid lane and do exactly this, just clear that wave continuously. I really, really hope that he does not go... I really, really hope that he does go the burn build and doesn't try to build burst Zenivia.
Hey, you never know. You honestly never know with Alternative. It is currently on the Lost Chapter Sork Shoes, so we'll see. We'll see. But for the time being, item check-in, we're around the 12-minute mark. This is where you'll start to see some mythics get completed. We have 2 completed for the side of Hardhat Zone, Llama and Retroflexion. Sunfire Cape and Kraken Slayer. On the other side, Rutledge does have their mythic, the Everfrost. Rifthail is going to get dropped in the mid lane as well. This is going to be nearly 3 plates if they can get a couple more auto attacks in. Bennett walks a little bit too quickly forward and has to back away, but should be getting plates as well. So across the board, seems like some plates traded for 1 plate up on the top side of the map. Some gold, some good gold infused into Rutledge. And if you're Hardhat, or if you're CB Rush, that's the man you want your gold on. You want it on Rutledge to have that carry potential.
Exactly. The biggest thing to take a look at here, it's not just Rutledge as a player, it's Ahri as a character, right? Ahri as a champion in this game right now. You take a look at anybody on Hardhat Zone, any of those champions at all. If Ahri jumps on top of them, gets a charm, that champion dies. So it doesn't matter who gets super fed on the side of Hardhat Zone if Ahri is the one with the gold lead. And right now, that's what we're seeing. 1,000 gold up in a game where there's 1,000 gold difference. Oh, no. Oh,
no. The engage comes through from Llama as well as the hostile takeover. And Dragon Mooncake is the one that picks up the double kill. Hunter Wolfsteal just wasn't able to be there in time, and Dragon Mooncake makes it happen.
Take a look at Glacial Summoners. Look what's up. Cleanse wasn't used because Cleanse wouldn't have done anything. Ghost is still up because Ghost wouldn't have done anything. That is the triple threat lockdown right there. We see Dragon Mooncake with an incredible ultimate in line with the Llama ultimate, in line with the Llama snare, in line with death. I don't want to talk about it because you saw it and it's simple. It's the bread and butter of League of Legends. It is the Everest. No, not Everescent. Effervescent.
Effervescent. There we go.
Thank you. Wombo combo.
Oh no, Alternative might get wombo comboed here. It's a charm into an axe. Hunter Wolfsteal is below the turret and takes turret shots from the Anivia wall. Eggnivia will be coming back here in just a moment, keeping the kill from coming through. Coil did roam up to the top side, but it was not, again, it wasn't in time. And all of a sudden, Hard Hat Zone were 1,000 gold down. They're now about 800 up. Retroflexion pushing a little aggressively here, but simply decides to walk away. Manages to spell shield out the stun, and Coil just has to run. Retroflexion dealing with a 2v1 lane here after a phenomenal play in the mid lane.
Yep. You know what? We said, yeah, you know, and if you, sure, you counter the Olaf, but, well, yeah, you counter the Olaf.
Right, and hey, notably, Hunter Wolfsteal, also no flash, not getting out of that Anivia wall.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very well placed wall, keeping the Olaf in the turret shot just a little bit longer. And I love the use of Sivir in a solo lane here because of the spell shield that comes with, because of the ultimate to run away if need be, also on flash and ghost as well. So you need a lot more than a single ability of lockdown to shut that cat down.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my burst.
Alternative taking so much damage, and that was without the Spirit Rush. And currently Hunter Wolfsteal is coming into the mid lane. Top lane, maybe a little action, but I will say we are now seeing Bennett was definitely weak side at the start of the game, but is currently 20 CS up. And again, these blooming blows as well as the Anivia passive burn is just like, even if you are a Camille, really is pretty annoying and pretty difficult to deal with now on top of the Leandry's burn stacked on it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what a flash by Llama.
Going in a phenomenal Curse of the Sad Mummy. Coil and Glacial both get stunned up. The turret goes down. The Olaf immunes the Renata ult, but here comes Lilia. Puts two to sleep. Llama takes another down. The Lilia fell to the Hunter, but Rutledge and Pip have arrived. These are low health bars. Alternative has to flash away, but will finally fall. The Anivia passive is not triggered as it was already used once. 1-2 taken back for 3. Again, Rutledge wants a little bit more. Ari can burst these members down, but a little too scared to go under the turret.
Yeah, it's definitely not a place you want to be when you're looking at a Renata and a Mumu, who, by the way, a Mumu already barely escaped death, getting bailed out in that fight successfully with the reset as well. What an absolute slugfest.
Yeah.
that one fight.
What we wanted.
But it's not just that. Neither of these teams are like stupid burst heavy, right? So when they get into a fight, it's not going to be cut and dry like that one yank that we saw. If there's a 5v5 fight, it's going to be drawn out because you're looking at burn from Lilia. You're looking at burn from Anivia. You know, you've got, sure, burst from Ari, but that's it. Otherwise, it's a CC-based, cooldown-based burn fight.
Right. And currently, one team has the much better CC overall. I mean, I guess you could you could include, I mean, I guess in theory you could include Hextech Ultimatum as CC, but it's less like, you don't really get locked down. You just get put, just like in a, in an area and like you're kind of there. So we'll have to see. But both teams, they are back here ready to fight for the Drake. And we already get Llama going in again, but that's 2 down. 2 are immune. That's 3 that get triggered into the Taric ultimate. We see Hunter Wolfsteal ticking down, burning away. Nobody has fallen yet except for Llama. The hostile takeover comes through, gives a little bit of disengage for Hard Hat Zone, and Alternative has taken down the ADC. The health bars are now low for CB Rush, and Alternative might have the damage. Retroflexion does, though, and is on the chase down. Hunter Wolfsteal tries to go in with the Gore Drinker, but can't heal up enough. Rutledge is cut down to size, and Pip is the only one left standing for CB Rush. A triple kill for Retroflexion, and the second Drake of the game for Hard Hat Zone.
If you go back and watch that again, you will see Glacial on the wrong side of life for the beginning of that fight. He was trapped in the mid lane, couldn't get involved. Here it is. That's actually after Glacial already goes down, but that's entirely why he died when he did. He was caught out on the mid lane side and then had to try and push in on his own, got exhausted, got burst, and then we saw Retroflexion have the time of his life just running through people. He didn't even ult until the very end of that fight where he was able to just run down the Olaf. I mean, ultimately, that was child's play for the Sivir, but overall was incredibly well executed by everybody. They had the Amumu dive in. CB Rush was able to fall back, finish him off, push back in, fall out, push in. It was the brawl that we were just talking about, ultimately not going in their favor, namely due to Retroflection's positioning compared to Glacial's.
Yep. And one other thing is that, like, if you take a look, right, there are two Hex Drinkers for CB Rush. They have decided, like, and to be fair, Hardhead Zone are pretty AP heavy, but there is still a Sivir now at 2 items that is doing so much damage, and both of these times Hunter Wolf Steel has been killed has been because Retroflection has just chased him down and killed him. And it's, I mean, you know, Hex Drinker, you don't really get anything from that when you're staring down a Sivir.
Yeah, their theory, as far as I could try to craft along with them, is if we don't get burned out so much before the Sivir gets into the fight, maybe we'll be able to take her down. Right? That's the theory crafting behind it, but unfortunately, that's not necessarily going to be what works out for you because, okay, sure, you're taking less magic damage, I guess. Look at the builds. It's percent health-based damage.
Yep.
Like, yeah, sure, you're reducing magic damage, but you're reducing percent-based damage. It's less than ideal.
Yeah. No, you're reducing percent-based damage, which is not actually reducing damage because it's just the percentage. You're not reducing the percentage of the damage. So that's one thing that is interesting. And Retroflection is just running so far forward. And notably, they did get some pretty good damage onto Glacial, but Starlight's Touch is a very powerful ability. One of the things that, hey, you know, makes Tarek a good support overall. So, but now we're getting this kind of 3-man death squad of Llama, Dragon, Mooncake, and Retroflection. Retroflection right now has 2 supports, right? Like, you know, Llama on this Amumu is 2, 2, and 6, but like Amumu is not a carry jungler. This is a supportive jungler. Retroflection gets to double up on that and is currently 6-0-5 on this Sivir.
Oh, it's not even that. Take a look at Anivia. Anivia is, for all intents and purposes, a very supportive AD carry, right?
Yeah.
We talked about, Glacial this, one of the best ADCs, Glacial that. Retroflection is good as well. Don't get us wrong, right? Retroflection is very good as well. And when you have a team comp that is essentially designed around supporting you, it's incredible. Right? We kept saying, alternative Anivia. I mean, you're not going to be able to do alternative things. Clearly, they don't need him to do alternative things when Retroflection is doing them instead. Oh
my goodness. Yeah, speaking of, Retroflection is tearing through Glacial, but we're also getting some action up here on the top side of Phenomenal Anivia wall. The Hextech ultimatum comes through, but Alternative takes down Pip, and somehow Retroflection, utilizing the Flash, the Cleanse, or the Flash, the Ghost, and the On the Hunt, including Dragon, Mooncake's hostile takeover, managed to make it out of the mid lane just fine.
By the way, didn't just make it out just fine. Has full health now, right? Like there was multiple stuns hit. There was an exhaust that was popped as well, and still, I mean, didn't walk out of it scot-free. You listed off everything that was burned in order to do it, but that's a 600 gold shutdown that didn't get picked up and was ultimately traded out for a kill top lane.
Right.
Yes, it's worth burning all of those summoners at this point in the game to ensure that that does not happen.
Yep. And, you know, Flash will be down for the next Dragon fight, but both ultimates should be back up. Ghost will not be, but next Dragon in just under a minute, so that's something to keep an eye on. Glacial, again, taking so much damage, and Coil's, at the end of this game, Coil's healing numbers are going to be absolutely off the charts. Glacial has gone down to like 20-30% HP, and Coil saved them every single time, but is not there to save them this time. Nivea Wall comes through. The turret is going to have to do the job. Glacial investing the cleanse for that one, and is going to have to base right before this Dragon fight as Hardhead Zone move into the river and start clearing out the vision.
Here's my problem with Cleanse over Flash. Flash could have gotten you out of there as well. Flash could have also gotten you out of other situations that have come up. That Cleanse is down for this upcoming fight, and you have no other mobility, no other options in order to get out of anything, right?
Right. Ooh, the handshake comes through. Llama goes in with the bandage. Choss and Hunter Wolf Steel pops the Ragnarok. Coil pops the Cosmic Radiance, and Hunter Wolf Steel just cannot get enough damage onto the back line. Llama gets bailed out, but does not survive. Glacial gets pulled in by the handshake, or actually the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and goes down. That's 2 for 1. Hunter Wolf Steel, both junglers are down, and Hard Hat Zone, they want to go on the chase, but Pip over the wall manages to shut down Dragon Mooncake. That is, again, a 2 for 2. Both junglers down, but Hard Hat Zone have priority over the Dragon Pit.
That was an absolutely incredible play by Pip to pick up that last kill there. Definitely have got to give it to him. Overall, look at the zoning that happens in this fight. Initially, the Anivia ult comes down. The wall isn't used actually at all that I saw in the fight. Maybe very, very late on in the fight, which is, late in the fight it gets used to block off a little bit. I feel like a wall closer to the mid lane would have given them more time with the Olaf and would have put them in less of a situation. But ultimately, great kiting, overall great fight. Layering of the ultimates was good as well. But in the end, the difference maker there is the same thing that we see all the time. They kept pushing for more kills. They could have gone to Drake and just picked the Drake up after the 2 that they got. They got Glacial, they got Hunter Wolf Steel. Nobody else was going to do anything because of health bars. In the end, they sacrificed 1 kill back over. Okay, yeah, it's only 1 kill. You still got the Drake, great. But that 1 kill is still at least 300 gold that went back. That didn't have to happen.
Right. And Dragon Mooncake has been performing quite admirably. So 2, 8 on this. Renata has been having quite the impact. It's never going to be a bad kill for Pip to pick up. And coming into the rest, come as this game progresses, CB Rush, again, we talked about how much priority they have over the Drakes, and Hard Hat Zone right now are just dominating that Dragon pick. They lost the first one, but again, that was because CB Rush on spawn took it away, and Llama didn't have the best early game. They've gotten 3 in a row. They're on Soul Point. Infernal Soul, with this type of team composition that already focuses so much on just burning the opponent down over, the span of a team fight, not just pure burst damage, this is going to just once this gets locked in with the buffs to overall having 3 Infernal Drakes, it's going to be so difficult to try to just walk at them when there's so much good disengage from Hard Hat Zone.
Oh, on top of that, look, again, we keep talking about the percent health based damage that is coming out of Hard Hat Zone. What happens if they turn to Baron, right? Like, look, 2 Leandries. Amumu has percent based health built in on top of the Kraken Slayer. I mean, that thing's going to last about 12 seconds max, right? It's an absolutely horrifying situation to be in. And we're going to do the quick gold check-in that we always do. Every single member of Hard Hat Zone except Llama is ahead of their counterpart. Llama is 500 gold behind his counterpart. That's it.
And that's on the supportive Amumu, right? Not trying to get kills, not trying to farm up and be a big carry. That's what you want to do on Olaf. You want to, you want to be able to get into kind of these 1v9 situations, and Hunter Wolf Steel just isn't quite able to do that. We saw them, we saw either 3 or 4 members of CB Rush hop into that top side brush, expecting Hard Hat Zone to go for the Baron, but they haven't yet. They are hovering on that top side of the map. Bennett is on the bottom side of the map for the time being, so both these side laners are doing their thing, and for now it looks like both teams are just content to farm up, wait, maybe try to set a trap play here or there. Dragon spawns in 1:45, 50 seconds. That's kind of going to be what I'm expecting. Again, we're not really seeing any push for the Baron. I'm expecting that to be the next big team fight to kind of just determine the whole game.
Exactly. Our teleports are even right now, but your wave clear difference is absurd when you take a look at these two teams. Like, CB Rush does not hold up in terms of the ability to just wipe minions off the face of the planet in comparison to Hard Hat Zone. Just the Anivia alone matches almost the entire lineup of CB Rush for minion killing abilities, let alone a Sivir on top of that. And Lilia is disgustingly strong right now as well. I mean, sure, there's only the 1 kill on her, but absolutely perfectly matched in gold. And there goes Glacial yet again. Betting that's what we're going to hear after game number 1 is, maybe if ADC wasn't like...
Of course. But, I mean, with this pause, a couple notable things is Alternative did pick up the Zonias, has the most items in the game, tied with Retroflexion. These are, again, we talked about Anivia, not exactly, not the carry for this game. That's definitely the Sivir, but They are, rocking that carry position. They're both splitting time on it. And on the opposing side, the only person with 3 items is Pip. That, and again, it's not even technically a full item. It is the Hex Drinker, so it's not even upgraded fully into the Maul, although it's still quite good. So right now, 2 members of Hardhat Zone, they are rocking the 3 items. They're up just over 3,000 gold. And again, Dragon spawns in a minute. CBR, this is the items that they have, right? Like this is going to be what they have for the fight.
So here's some fun things that we don't often get to do, just because how frequently do we ever have a pause? It's great. Leandry's Anguish. Okay, the Leandry's on Lilia has done 1,700 burn damage. Okay, on the Anivia is 1,600 burn damage.
Mm-hmm.
The Amumu's Sunfire has done 970 burn damage. Right. The Sivir's Kraken Slayer has done 1,200 bonus damage. Okay, so add all of that up in terms of just flat bonus damage, 17, 16, and then another 12 on top of that alone.
That's
right.
3
That's a
of
bonus
Glacial's health
3,500 damage just on the 3, right? 30, 36, 3,700 bonus damage just from items that when you look at the other side isn't there.
Yeah. Like
it's not.
It's nearly 3 of Glacial's health bars, right? Like that's just the extra damage has killed Glacial nearly 3 times.
Yeah. So that's part of why they're looking to slow down this magic burn with the magic resist that they're buying. But ultimately, it's just such a difference in the 2 teams in those items. Llama, walk away.
The Everfrost route into the Ignite, this is just a brief stutter. This is what happens when people reconnect. Don't worry, we'll be getting back into it. But Llama will be going down to just under half HP, and there is no Taric to heal them up. So going to have to recall. Again, there is still 40 seconds until the Dragon, so they should be able to get back in time, but they will be a little limited on their vision in the river.
Yeah, Ari did use Ignite there. So that is a single small summoner that has gone down. Ultimately not going to be a significant thing because there's not a whole lot of lifesteal on the side of Hardhat Zone right now, right? There's not a whole lot of keeping anybody alive outside of just not dying in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to affect the bailout in any particularly important way. So,
and I saw the crab health bar going down. I was getting real excited, but hey, that's another scuttle crab taken for Hunter Wolfsteal. Mark it up. I'm pretty sure Hunter's gotten 4 out of 6 crabs this game. Like this has been crazy, but coming into this setup is going to be big. The Anivia wall does zone off Glacial, has to go around the backside, and both teams are just posing right now. They're just posturing.
Yeah, little things like that are important plays. Take a look at Pip. He's got the blast cone over the wall.
But he just decides to hook shot over, gets briefly stunned up, and here we see the engage as a phenomenal Lilia ultimate puts 4 to sleep. The Taric is the first to fall even after proccing the ultimate. Both supports are down. Dragon Mooncake is gone, but that is a clean ace for the side of Hardhat Zone. A triple kill for Retroflexion again. And here they are. They are going to be taking Soul Point and breaking open the base.
Number 1 rule that you hear in PvPs is don't focus tank. Number 2 rule is don't focus support. You want to kill the carries.
Yep.
That is one of the things that CB Rush ran into in that fight right there. They tried to focus Dragon Mooncake down. He's the one who got hit by the Ari charm. Unfortunately for them, there was a stopwatch in hand. The stopwatch came out. The flash followed up. And they ultimately did kill him, and only him. It turned into a Drake. It turned into a Baron. Mid lane is pushed all the way in, and they are now 8,000 gold down. And like we said before, they're used to being several thousand gold up at the halfway mark, and they have been objectively beaten in every single team fight that has come up since like 9 minutes.
Right, like Hunter Wolfsteal had a couple of good ganks, but Llama has been the one performing in team fights. Is 2, 3, and 14, the most assists in the game, even more than Dragon Mooncake. Llama has been making it happen just about everywhere. Retroflexion still yet to die, has a 700 gold bounty on top of their heads, and objective bounties are live. Currently, CB Rush, they are staring down a Baron and a Infernal Soul. I mean, if you're them, you just stay under tower and hope that you don't get dove.
Yeah, 100%. And quite frankly, they can dive you whenever they want. Take a look at the champions that are there, right? I mean, aside from Olaf, there's next to nothing that there is nothing because the cleanse is down that you can do if this bandit toss comes at you.
Yep. Rutledge does have to dash over the wall using the Spirit Rush to do it. Hunter Wolf was trying to come in on the backside, but I'm going to be honest, I don't even think a flank is going to be good here for them. Currently, Bennett is walking up through it. Well, looked like they were going up through the mid lane, decided better of it, going back up towards the top side, and now Hard Hat Zone going to push out the bottom wave. They didn't really line it all up. They didn't line the waves up, but that doesn't really matter. They're going to be getting so much gold from this. Currently about 8,000 up. I expect it to hover around 10k by the end once they get this tier 2 turret. Notably, tier 1 top lane turret is still standing. So if you're Pip, you can say, hey, kept my turret alive, y'all. Did my job.
It's the little things, right? It's the little things. On the note of not so little things, though, of that 8,000 gold, now 9,000 gold lead, 5 of it is on Retroflexion. 5,000 gold ahead of Glacial right now. An absolutely dominating performance. Speaking of,
a phenomenal wall just traps Rutledge. Didn't even get the chance to flash. The hostile takeover goes wide, but that's the mid laner down. And now Hard Hat Zone get to just walk it in.
Yeah, at this point, there goes the engage from CB Rush. There goes all of their damage. The one they were funneling gold onto. This will be game number 1. Looking like it's going to go over to Hard Hat Zone. One last fight coming out here for CB Rush.
Pip did engage the lilting lullaby into the Curse of the Sad Mummy. The bandage tosses is just too good. Another clean ace. Game 1 to Hard Hat Zone.
We said both of these teams are terrifying. We said both of these teams are threats. We have said both of these teams are top 2, top 3, respectively. Right. We have said 70% win rate, 65% win rate, this much, that much. The stats don't matter outside of what we just witnessed, which was Alternative playing an incredible support, Anivia, right? We saw Llama with a phenomenal jungle Amumu. We saw Lilia top lane, not going tank Lilia, per se, and absolutely destroying the Camille matchup.
Right.
We saw absolutely everything played flawlessly on the side of Hard Hat Zone. And that's not to say that anything was done poorly on CB Rush's side either. Right. This ultimately was a lost at draft.
It's just so hard. It's so hard to walk. It's just like, again, I think it came down to, you called it, like, it looked like CB Rush were anticipating the Amumu to go to Dragon Mooncake. They said, all right, sweet, we got some prep for this. Let's pull out the Neelateric. And then Hard Hat Zone just said, all right, hey, guess what? Llama can play this too. Pulled it out, played it phenomenally. But again, Retroflexion, this is the same Hard Hat Zone team from last season in the CCS. One of the top teams, probably top 3. Didn't make it to the Grand Championships because DNX was able to take them down. But the only difference from that team is Retroflexion has come in as the ADC. And we're all looking at the same thing here. That is 33,000 damage. More than like, that is absolutely insane. Retroflexion, I mean, I would say, the thing is, this wasn't even a 1v9 though. We talked about it. Retroflexion had 3 supports. Hard Hat Zone drafted for this, and the draft performed phenomenally.
For what it's worth, the 3 supports that he had, 2 of those supports did almost as much damage as the second highest damage dealer on the opposing team. Right? And to give you an idea, 33.3 thousand damage out of Retroflexion. Exactly, by the way. Yeah. Nice solid 300 ending right there. If you combine the 2 highest damages, Hunter Wolf and Village, you get 34,000.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So that's an insane difference. But my favorite things, absolute favorite things here to go take a look at your ward scores. You go take a look at your crowd control scores, right? Llama, crowd control score, 33. Alternative, CC score, 33. Highest on the other team, 18. Right? This is what AOECC does you. This is why the Wombo combo has been coined and has lasted almost, actually, over a decade as a term, by the way, at this point, which is insane to think about. And it was played to perfection.
Right. So this, I mean, if you're Hard Hat Zone, you're feeling good about this game 1 going into game 2. CB Rush, don't get mental boomed. Hopefully that internet is back and running for Glacial, and we will be back and running in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere as we get prepped
one thing.
for game.
It's not for Glacial, it's Glafortial.
Okay, all right, we'll be right back.
Everybody, hold on.
Trusting deceit, yeah. And in our shallow pursuit of truth, we lost ourselves. May the storms gather, may the centers roam. Those that will die will still
Hello, everybody, and once again, welcome back. We are getting ready for game number 2 between Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush. Game number 1, CB Rush looked pretty good early game, but Hard Hat Zone cleaned house after like the 8.5, 9-minute mark. Oshi, what are we looking at for this game 2?
Game number 2, I expect to see a massive change in draft from CB Rush, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not going to be anything kind of similar to what we saw originally. I feel kind of bad for them, right? Like we talked about how they essentially got baited out with that Amumu. It was an incredible draft play by Hard Hat Zone.
Right.
The kind of thing that you'll pick up on, Draft Law. Pro drafts, pro comps. Take a look at that stuff.
Pro comps, 50% off. Use
Pro-
code CCS to check out.
pro-
Anyways.
And not just that, on top of that, if you ever feel that you need a little bit more personal help in your gameplay, you can also check out Metafy. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. Definitely a wonderful website. I come from a Super Smash Brothers background a little bit. It's huge there. Basically, you get a bunch of pro players who will put themselves out there, and they say, "Hey, you want to come? I'll review some games with you. I'll take some time. You'll pay for an hour or so. You get to sit down." And a lot of the times, these pros are actual big time pros, people that you just want to be able to say, "Hey, I hung out with Sneaky for an hour." Right. So make sure you check out Metafy as well. It'll help you out in that regard. But for the draft right now, I want to see AOE from both teams. From both teams, though, because not just that last game, whole season, we see one team with AOE and one team say, I don't know, we're just going to run at you.
Yeah. It's so much, and I think one thing that you'll see, you'll see sometimes pro comps, sponsor pro comps, but also professional team compositions that are pretty light on CC. And the thing is with those is they're so hard to execute. You might see T1 execute a flawless low CC strategy, but we're rocking a Plat League. We're not T1. Most teams in professional league are also not T1 and also would not be able to do it. It's just so much easier when you can lock someone down and say, all right, kill this person. It's so much easier than having to coordinate all of the otherwise very precise movement.
Yeah, and it's not just even the situation of kill that person, right? It's having the big AoEs where you can say, everybody has stopped moving, kill that person. Right? Because being able to lock down one person, okay, that's an Ari, right? We saw what happened there, right? They got the charm and the support lived. That's the end all be all of it. This time around, though, the Twitch once again going out, not being able to be blind first picked. Unfortunate. Wukong, Aurelia, all things that we expect to see. I mean, Aurelia, we know that Hard Hat Zone will play that mid lane as well as top lane. Right? And that's just not beneficial when you're CB Rush. It's a painful. Sivir coming out this time as well. Very much expected that.
Yeah, you're not gonna let Retroflexion flex on you again with that one. Hard Hat Zone, they're staying with the same bands. I mean, again, if you're Hard Hat Zone, I don't think you changed anything. Obviously, you're probably not going to be able to get the bait and switch with the Amumu. You're not even going to be allowed to get the bait and switch with the Amumu. CB Rush saying, no, you're going to have to try something else. But if you have one trick up your sleeve, I would not be surprised if you had two. So, but hey, it is also the first round. Maybe Hard Hat Zone want to save something a little bit. Maybe they got to wait till they get pressured a little bit. And CB
I wanted to say it
because they didn't ban it, because they didn't take it away. Hard Hat Zone pick up the Seraphine.
We almost never get to see it, and when we do, it's disgusting. It doesn't matter whose hands it's in. It's such a good champion. We talked about it last draft when it was banned. I'm not talking about it now when it's picked, because it looks like we're getting a Misfortune on the other side, which is really going to put some pressure in. I'm wondering, do you expect fasting or do you expect true support?
For Seraphine?
Yeah, for Seraphine. No, for Misfortune. Yeah, of course for Seraphine.
Okay, I was about to say, because I was gonna talk about Glacial's Misfortune, but no, for Seraphine, I think honestly, we've seen Senna Seraphine bot lanes. I think we could see just Seraphine in the ADC spot. I wouldn't be too surprised for it, although I do know Love Me. That's kind of probably where it is going, but it's probably gonna be full support. It's going to Love Me. I think if it's going for the ADC position, it's going to be farming. So. Yeah. We'll see, but I will say for CB Rush, they've picked up the Misfortune, they've picked up the Trundle, and Glacial's Misfortune, I'm not going to say that. That's going to get too confusing.
No.
Has been something that both last season and this season has performed really well. They performed really well on it. It's definitely a pick that they're comfortable on, so I'm excited to see it. The Jarvan gets picked up as an answer to the Trundle.
Yep, very good pickup as well. I love it. You can just lock the Trundle in alone. Right, you just put him in the baby cage and walk away. It's wonderful. Great counter. Same thing with the Misfortune. The Taric picked up with the Seraphine. This bot lane is not going down.
Again, we saw it last game for CB Rush, and they didn't die too much until the team fights came around. But Seraphine has much more range than Nyla, so should probably be able to handle themselves a little bit better. Won't be susceptible to a potential Renata Glass, so we'll have to see. CB Rush, they're thinking about what they want to do. Honestly, I think they're a little surprised by the target pick, and they answer with the Rakan.
I love it. Absolutely love the Rakan pick into this bot lane. You have engage, you have disengage, you've got sustain of your own, you've got mobility, you've got lockdown. You can get in and out of the Jarvan situation as well. Rakan is a very, very well-rounded champion, incredibly beneficial in this overall matchup thus far. Interesting to see where the bans go, though, from this point, because right now, Hardhat Zone's kind of low on the damage side. I mean, not to say Seraphine doesn't do damage, but she doesn't do enough damage, right? So I'm expecting us to get the mid lane game we wanted.
I know. Hey, if we get another Anivia pick in the mid lane, I'm gonna lose my mind. But hey, I guess there's a world. I guess alternative is playing the mages now. We could see mid lane Seraphine. It's like that's the intended lane for it. It's a mid laner with supportive qualities. So who knows? But CB Rush, again, they're not going to let alternative just have the pick of the litter. They actually banned the Anivia away as well. They're changing up their bans significantly for this. And Hard Hat Zone, they haven't changed a thing. But I will say, this does still lead up. Yone is still very much there. Yes. A good dive buddy for Jarvan. Like literally any of those types of assassin characters. Akali, I think technically has been picked like 3 times in the CCS and has won every time. So those type of, we could see it. We could certainly see it.
What I would absolutely love and what would work incredibly well with this is alternative going back to Lee Sin. Like we've seen the stomp with it, but take a look at the team it's into. The mobility that comes with Lee Sin. Phenomenal against this setup. The shielding, the healing, the burst damage, the CC even, right? It's not just a single target CC. You hit him in a line. If you're full damage, Lee Sin, and you dragon kick someone into their team, it's thousands of damage.
Yeah. He can absolutely blow people up, not just with the Q, with the kick as well. But CB Rush, I like the change up here.
Yes.
They actually pick their top laner. They put Pip on the Aatrox. Again, that gives Hard Hat Zone a chance to counter pick top lane. And Bennett can play plenty of things. We'll probably have an answer to the Aatrox. But the main thing is that this gives Rutledge the counter pick to alternative.
There.
And there's the Yone.
That's exactly what you asked for. It's what we get. Love the Yone in this situation. Incredible dive character. And think about it. You set Taric stun, starts off, and then Yone launches himself through to his target, gets a stun, follows it with the knockup. Even if you don't kill them at that point, the sheer amount of damage you're going to be able to output before you have to snap back, which you're going to be able to do safely with a Seraphine and a Taric standing back there. Orianna... Ball delivery service galore.
Bennett Yone. And alternative on the Orianna. That definitely threw me a little bit. So Hard Hat Zone, they still pick up the Yone, still goes into the team comp. I did ask for it, but it's the Yone into the Aatrox. I mean, how do we feel about that one?
I'm going to respond to your question with it.
The Swain answers the Orianna. Now these feel like 2 team comps that are absolute. This could go either way. They are going to be ready to just throw hands constantly.
So Seraphine, AoE. Jarvan, AoE. Taric, AoE. Yone, AoE. Orianna, AoE. Misfortune, AoE. Trundle, okay, fine. Rakan, AoE. Aatrox, AoE. Swain, A. 9
for 10. 9 for 10. You called it. That is what the coaches must be listening. They heard you. They heard something. So
you know what? Don't listen to me. Don't listen. I'm not the person to listen to. If you're gonna listen to somebody when it comes to your drafts, you're gonna listen to ProComps.
Of course, our wonderful sponsor. Again, you can use code CCS for 30% off at checkout. And again, you can get insights. You can see what your opponent's win cons are. If you're looking at these drafts and wondering how do these teams win, you can use ProComps to learn those skills for both pro and casual games. But taking a look more at these drafts just a little bit before we go into our break, I'm going to be honest, I'm really excited for this Taric Seraphine bot lane. Going into Rakan Misfortune, I'm fairly certain that the Misfortune lane should probably have the push. But after the performance that Retroflexion had in the last game, I feel like, even this is more of a supportive pick. I think they're going to be able to do really, really well once those team fights start coming around.
The positioning and more importantly, the ultimates that came out of the Sivir last game were phenomenal, right?
Right.
The positioning, I don't remember how many fights I had to call it out in, but I think it was almost every single one of them. I said,
Yeah.
and there's Retroflexion coming in, free firing, perfect position, chasing down after the fight, whatever it happened to be, he was always in the right spot. If you can do that as a Sivir, you can unquestionably do that as Seraphine. You have significantly more to your advantage in those situations. And just think about how well he's going to be able to line up those ultimates in the fights, right? And not just that, he's going to line up an ultimate. And if he lines it up really well, what does a charm do? It takes everybody from standing out here and brings them all to standing right in here. And you know what's in a nice straight line is a Taric stun.
Yeah. Or a Yone ultimate.
Or a Jarvan EQ.
So many things. The comp just works. So this is one of those team comps that's like Hardhat Zone after last draft and this draft. Their drafting has really, really shown through so far in just these 2 games. But I think CB Rush, it feels like they've leveled up a little bit more. They didn't pick a whole dive comp after they saw the Renata, so that feels a little bit better. And we are, getting nothing crazy on these lock-ins. We're not seeing like an Orianna jungle or something. Although one thing I was kind of maybe thinking is, how does what's the where does the Swain really want to go? But honestly, I'm thinking like an Aatrox into an Orianna is probably like the most terrible matchup possible that you could possibly have. So I think keeping the Aatrox up in the Yone, that is true, but I don't think we're going to see any switching.
Yeah, no, I very much agree. The Aatrox Yone top lane is where it's going to be at. This is not your LCS wet noodle fight, all right?
Right.
This is full stop. We've gone all the way to Europe for this match right now, where it's going to be a bloodbath top lane, and bot lane is going to it's 3 supports and a misfortune.
Right.
So this is definitely not your typical North American League of Legends that we're going to be getting into for game number 2.
Yeah, and so we will be back in just a few minutes. But remember to check out our sponsor, ProComs, as well as Metafy. Honestly, I might need to go. I've been learning. I've been trying to get back into the Pokemon trading card game. They have stuff for that too. They got coaches for everything that you could want. Again, use code CCS10 at checkout for 10% off there. Check both of our sponsors out. Until then, until the next couple of minutes, when we will be back for game number 2.
Hold on. I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is game 2 of Hard Hat Zone versus CB Rush. It already gets a little bit of trading mid lane. See, this is what we wanted from the mid laners. Glacial. Oh, this is a very aggressive level 1. Just walking into the mid lane. The Glacial augment on 2. Glacial will be indeed the first to fall after the ignite, but a knock-up comes through from Coil. Everybody has walked into the mid lane. Alternative goes down next, and the Aatrox is absolutely tearing through the rest of the team. Has already happened. Bennett is getting caught out, is going to have to walk out. 2 kills to 1 already traded. The advantage, though, goes to Rush.
Yeah, and ultimately the advantage goes to the mid lane there. Rutledge picking up one of those kills. That is the big thing there. The other goes over to the Rakan. So not altogether awful in that situation. That is, however, early boots on the Rakan. Not favorable at all when you're a lane that isn't looking to fight, which is the bot lane of Hard Hat Zone right now.
Yeah, it's, normally, it's already hard enough to walk away from times with CC champions. That's just the answer, but now it's going to be much more difficult. Dragon Mooncake and Retroflexion will have to play back. Notably, Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake did both get assists off of that mid lane brawl, so everybody got assists. The only person that wasn't at all was Bennett up in the top lane, so feels a little bad man up there. But I was gonna make some points, but that was some aggressive play. And I will say, there is currently, Glacial and Retroflexion are the 2 members on the roster right now on the Rift that had prestige skins. So if these players don't pop off, there's gonna be some problems.
Yeah, I mean, the prestige just tells you, hey, I've got way too much time on my hands. Look at how much I play this one character, right? Exactly. But ultimately, it's what you love to see when you get into these kinds of matchups and these kinds of games, right? You love to see 2 players on their comfort picks that are also very strong champions.
Right. And right now the aggression is going to come in. This is Glacial's time to shine, honestly. Dragon Mooncake shield himself up, takes a little bit of damage. Hunter Wolfsteal, very aggressive in the jungle. Alternative and Llama are trying to make the damage happen. Turret comes through. Rutledge is trying to come over and say hello. Flashes over the wall. He's going to try to get a kill in trade after Trundle falls, but will just fall themselves. 2 kills go over to Hard Hat Zone, and the advantage that CB Rush had just went out the window. Alternative now with 2 kills.
The turns have tabled indeed in this matchup all of a sudden. So quickly. And yet, first off, 3 minutes, 5 kills, and yet only a 500 gold difference already right here. The mid lane is not going to stop. We know that. Alternative, after the last game, he had to play super passive in the matchup he was in as the champion he was in. Now he's got double buffs. They are looking.
Oh, this is just going to be another kill. Rutledge doesn't have a flash. He used it to try to get over the wall to save his jungler, and it just didn't work. Rutledge falls. The root does come through, though, onto Llama, who is doing Jarvan things, and the support comes through from Retroflexion. The root doesn't connect, but the slow does. Now the stun on to Kyle from Dragon Mooncake. This Tark is already paying dividends. 2 more kills over to Hard Hat Zone. That gold lead has shot up to 1,500.
Look, as much as I would love, absolutely adore for you guys to go to Metafy and pick up lessons with people, you can just watch this game and get a clinic on Tarek gameplay as is. Not just Tarek as a single champion, but as support in general. Pip, incredible placement to get that lockdown with the chains.
Yeah, Bennett had to snap back. That is kind of one of the weaknesses of Yone. If once Yone goes out, he has to go back, and if you can catch him there, you can absolutely take advantage of it. So gets chopped down a little bit. Again, Pip dominating this lane for the time being. Already has a 10 CS advantage and forcing Bennett onto a recall. TP's back in, so the Yone will not lose too much more CS, but again, Pip going to be able to shove this wave in, not feeling too bad on this Aatrox. We'll likely get it back and either march back to lane or TP in. Both junglers have been trying to have an impact on this game. Llama so far has been able to do the most after that mid lane skirmish. So this Jarvan, once a Jarvan gets ahead, it feels pretty scary. Already an Iron Spike whip, but I'm pretty sure he bought that at 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was 4 minutes and 31 seconds the Iron Spike whip was purchased, according to chat, which I love having up for that particular reason. We do have a gank coming in this mid lane. Alternative should be able to get out here. Still has flash as well.
Didn't even have to use it. And Hunter Wolfsteal and Rutledge, they have to run away from this Orianna. Already has the sword boots, a dark seal, a tear. I mean, this is like this game has just become so accelerated so quickly.
Yeah, you know what? We have 3 tiers in the game already stacking. One of them at 30, one of them already at 66 on Glacial with that very early buy after the very early assist that he picked up in the level 1 fight mid lane. But the amazing thing here is Retroflexion is keeping up in farm on this Seraphine, which is horrifying. Alternative, absolutely no downtime in this mid lane. He has no patience. He said, I had to play a Nivea in a 39-minute game. Now look at him.
Flag and Dragon. Alternative hits level 6 just in time for the Shockwave. 4-1 in 2 at 6 minutes. Pip going in, lands the chains onto Bennett and is behind the Yone, but Bennett slices through with the dash, manages to get back to the proper side of the lane. So, I mean, there is no lane right now for CB Rush that is really winning. Pip and Bennett are pretty much just even.
Yeah, and quite frankly, sure, you're going to be doing well in this matchup as Aatrox. That is the point of Aatrox. Not just in this matchup, but in general. You're supposed to win your lane. You out-sustain, you out-harass, you out-burst, you out-farm, and ultimately, you out-reset is the goal as well, right? You want to get that ultimate going in the team fights and pick up the kills and the assists, and then reset and reset and reset and reset. All Bennett has to do is stay alive. That's it. That is his only job. You're playing Yone weak side, which is not fun, but it's where he is, and he's not doing too bad for farm.
Right, and Bennett is one of those players, the top side for Hard Hat Zone last season, still holds this season. Again, Retroflexion definitely a boost to the bottom side of the map for them, but their top side has always been their strong suit. Llama going in again on Rutledge, who still has no flash, has to pop the Demonic Ascension. There's no Shockwave to take him down, so is healing quite a bit, and Llama will fall in trade, so it is a 1-for-1. The shutdown goal goes over to Rutledge.
Yeah, that time I would say worth for Rutledge, right? I mean, you didn't burn any summoners, you burned your ult, and ultimately traded out kills. That's still a level 5 Hunter Wolf steal, by the way, and a level 7 alternative. Something else to keep an eye on.
Right, and Glacial just took so much damage from Retroflection's Q. We see Coil going in, though, trying to delay the damage. The root doesn't land. Retroflexion just walking away. Coil trying to auto-attack, threw down the Ignite, but Dragon Mooncake zones off the support for CB Rush. But Hunter Wolf Seal is on the way. But again, you said it, that is still only level 5 on this Trundle. There is no Subjugate to buff him up.
Yeah, the level 6 coming through for Glacier right there at the perfect time, able to get that off after the flash. Ultimately, that is what turns the fight around and gets them this Drake. So very beneficial for CB Rush there. Really, we need to see Rutledge play a little safer is actually what I was about to say, and he showed why right there, because this Orianna is way ahead.
That's what happens when you when everybody just walks towards the mid lane when the mid laners just poke at each other. Right? That's all. Alternative and Rutledge exchanged auto attacks, and then everybody collapsed and said, "Oh, okay, we're fighting." It was absolutely bonkers. So Bennett snaps back, doesn't take too much damage. I will say, Dragon Mooncake is making another visit to this mid lane. Both teams know where the action is, and they are not ready to stop it at all. First Dragon has gone into favor of CB Rush. Again, that is to be expected. Herald will be spawning. We got about 5 minutes until it comes out, but be ready for Hard Hat Zone to try to take it. We do see...
You want to take a look at that Herald again, and then take a look at the inventory of Jarvan?
I don't know why I said 5. Okay, look, Herald does spawn in 5 minutes, but it's already taken by Llama. Okay, look, I got a little ahead of myself. I was like, there's no way that's when it spawns, but you know what? That's what it says. Picked up Herald on spawn, so Llama has it in his pocket. Again, I expect that to go mid lane.
Yeah, and he took that and then went up to the top lane. Unfortunately, was not able to use the sweeper as a result. Big ultimate here.
Oh, a massive Seraphine ultimate that goes into a double stun. Glacial doesn't take too much damage during the stun thanks to Coil running some interference and is walking away, treading as best as she can. Is Misfortune, and another stun comes through for Dragon Mooncake, but that is going to be it. That is the Encore used for, really nothing.
I gotta say, Coil is so good.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible gameplay out of him so far. The knockups are phenomenal. The grand entrance is great every single time. He has just been in the right place at the right time to shut down everything that Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncakes try to start up. And now we see Hunter Wolfsteal just kind of sitting in this bush in top lane, knowing very well that his top laner has just pushed to tower repetitively. So really not sure what he was hoping to get. Bennett has not been caught by chains since the one time he got pulled back after he had to dash back on his own. And otherwise, you know, it's just well, it is what it is, and we are where we are, as I like to say.
Yeah, and Hunter Wolfsteal does just have to go for the recall, a little bit of the reset, and Bennett and Pip again. Bennett, you know, doing what they can. Retroflexion was just sitting on a ward, wasn't even recalling. The slow comes through, and Glacial props the ultimate, and that is a solo kill onto Retroflexion in the bot lane. Llama is now here. Coil gets spotted on a ward. Llama might come in, try to clear this wave. Actually flashes, EQs onto Glacial, gets the kill with the Cataclysm. Trades back, gets revenge for the ADC.
One of the hardest situations to be in as an AD carry is when your support is close, but not close enough. You feel safe, and that was a very, very false sense of security, as was shown by Llama right there. Incredible burst, popping out the whip as well to finish off the kill. I have to say, Retroflexion fell to one of the banes of League of Legends and MOBAs in general, which is getting caught recalling while in the shop. Cost him some gold for sure, a little bit down in CS now as well, and it was the Manamune on the buy on the back. Oof. So Glacial going to be happy sitting with that for now, but I can't stop looking at the levels. We're 12 minutes in and there's level 9s all over the place.
And there's a level 10. Pip hits it in the middle of the brawl with Bennett right after Bennett TP'd back in. Rutledge and Alternative are duking it out. They are within Demonic Ascension range, but the Taric ultimate comes through. Retroflexion does not hit anybody with the Encore, but it did force some flashes. And Coil is the first one to fall. Glacial has now arrived, doesn't have the bullet time quite yet. Alternative is very, very low. Again, this Demonic Ascension is putting in work. Rutledge still has not fallen. Pip procs the World Ender, and that is another kill going over. Retroflexion falls again, 9-5 in the kills. CB Rush, once again, get priority over the Dragon Pit. Drake spawns in 40 seconds.
This is the power of Swain, right? If you cannot burst him, then that ultimate will drain you. It will absolutely, not even metaphorically, literally suck the life out of your champion continuously for a solid 20 seconds, healing him. And then it hits you with a massive AoE burst of damage when he's done. And that is entirely why the fight went the way that it did. There was great damage tank rotation done by Hard Hat Gaming in that fight. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, the Encore did whiff. It didn't hit anybody. Sure, it blew a flash. So be it. Or 2 flashes, I suppose. Hunter Wolfsteal flashed as well. But ultimately, it didn't have any major effects on the fight. The only thing that bailed CBR out was that ultimate from Swain.
Right. And it did work. I mean, that's why you pick Swain, right? It's just you sustain so much. I mean, we'll probably see some heal. We see the Executioner's Calling already in Llama's inventory. And CB Rush, they do want this Dragon, but they don't have vision priority. Llama keeps going with the attacks. Dragon Mooncake gets a couple good stuns, but gets taken down. Coil is in the Dragon Pit, but Jarvan, Llama managed to get the smite. That is the support for the Dragon. Hard Hat Zone. They stopped the Dragon stacking at the cost of Dragon Mooncake's life. Not the worst thing in the world.
Dragon for dragon, right?
Right, exactly. Even trade, even trade.
Yeah, right. Dragon for dragon, gems for gems. So it's hey, it's outrageous. What can I say?
It works out in the end, but Retroflexion is just going to have to sit here and clear the wave. Isn't even bold enough to do it, really, with Glacial and Coil ready to pounce. But that being said, Hunter Wolfsteal was not in the vicinity, and Bennett clearing away Hunter Wolfsteal's Krugs, and might actually get a good angle on Pip here, but decides against it, doesn't want to 1v1 the Aatrox, even though they are a level up, and has actually, you know, Bennett was down by 20 CS, has now eclipsed it, and Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake, they are in a bit of a pickle here. Coil going in with the quickness, but the stun comes through. Llama's on the top side of the map. Plays happening on both ends. World Ender is proc. The Cataclysm isn't going to be able to keep it in, but Bennett still gets the kill. We're already seeing a rotation from Alternative to come support the bottom lane.
Wonderful CC stacking in that top lane gank right there. The EQ whiffed a little bit, but Bennett held on to his knock-up until the dash over top of the Cataclysm wall came out. Got the knock-up, got the follow-through dash as well. Very well stacked to ensure that they picked that kill up. It's going to turn into just a red steal. Very surprised that we didn't see Bennett rotate down to the Herald with Llama there, but here we are. Rutledge in the jungle. Does have ult, though, and they want to turn it on alternative.
Opposite alternative is running out of there. Does still have the shockwave, uses it. Rutledge is still alive, but not for long. Bennett has come down to the bottom side of the map and picks up a double kill. Hunter, Wolfsteal, and Glacial, they are on the run, and now Llama will turn to the Herald finally after the team gets 2 more kills on the bottom side of the map. 4,000 gold lead ahead.
Here I thought, oh, Bennett, why didn't you go get the Herald? Because he's going to go down to the bot lane, pick up a kill, and you know what? Llama doesn't even need his help, right? Picks up a second one on his own, 10 minutes apart from the first one, give or take change. And this is just another tough situation for CBR, right? They're 4,000 gold behind at the 16-minute mark after having a 2-1 kill lead a minute and a half into the game.
Right.
So, you know, everything started great for them, and clearly Hard Hat was having absolutely none of it and just pushed right through. I keep saying Hard Hat Gaming. I'm so sorry. I know it's Hard Hat Zone, guys. I don't mean anything by it. It's just such a bad habit to just say gaming after you say a team.
But this is some real hard. I'm not gonna lie. This is some. They are gaming hard, and I'm assuming that they're wearing some type. Actually, you know, they might not be wearing hats, but you know, look. All right, Hard Hat Gaming is just a mindset, okay? Right? Hard Hat Zone is the place you do Hard Hat Gaming in. All right, it's the vibes, it's the zone, it's the area. But speaking of the area that things are happening, that is the mid lane. Time and time again, Rutledge can't do anything. The Demonic Ascension does nothing except waste some mana. Bennett wants to go in now on Pip, and this top lane, it was once weak side, but Bennett with the kills has now made it his domain. Retroflexion on the bottom side of the map with a phenomenal flash to avoid the engage. The turret shots are doing so much damage. Glacial has to get out of there. Glacial and Coil, they almost get the dive to work, but Retroflexion making it happen, and Llama and Dragon Mooncake are on the way. Coil running interference has fallen. Glacial trying to get out of there. The flag and drag not quite up yet, but Llama just flashes forward. They're going to clear the wave. This is going to be the tier 1 in the bottom lane taken down. Rift Herald drop just to make sure.
No flag, no drag, all whip. That's all we saw come out there to finalize that kill, and I love it. The Q hit, the chains came out just to guarantee it. Great rotation by everybody on the team of Hard Hat Zone right there. Truly playing in what you have defined as the Hard Hat Zone. It is a flow state of mind. They are all in it. Hunter Wolfsteal finds himself caught out now.
Llama is getting chunked down rather low, and Hunter Wolfsteal does manage to take away the stats. This is a much bulkier Trundle, and Rutledge has arrived. Dragon Mooncake goes invulnerable. Alternative managed to pick up a kill on the back, but falls as well. This is a ton of shutdown gold. 3 kills now onto Hard Hat Zone. Coil is trying to chase down the Taric support. We got some supportal combat going on. Dragon Mooncake shields up and rests under the safety of the turret for the time being, but CB Rush, they get some money back.
Yeah, and that is the other side of the Swain ult, right? We saw the one side where he gets to just live and sustain and tank out a ton of damage if you can't burst him immediately. After the fact, in those situations where everything has been burned, Rutledge was full health, but the AoE that comes with that ultimate is still so devastating because it just does it on its own. You don't have to think about it. You just have to right-click and keep them within that nice big red circle that is oh so prevalent on yours and everybody else's screen in those moments. In the end, they're trying to turn it into a drag, but they're not able to actually pick it up. I don't want to say that Coil overstepped. He did a good job making sure that he chased Dragon Mooncake all the way out there, but after picking up kills like that, if you can't convert it into an objective, there's definitely a deficit that comes with it.
Yeah, they did manage to get the bottom lane tier 1, so they picked up the objective bounty, but again, they didn't get the Drake. Pip takes a little bit of damage from the Orianna, and the Shockwave is used on absolutely nobody. The Cataclysm goes in. It does manage to lock up 3, and the Encore charms Pip, and here we see the Fate Steal come through, sweep up 3, but it might not be enough. Rutledge is healing up so much damage. The bullet time comes through. Llama goes weak. Dragon Mooncake goes invincible for the time being. Coil taking some damage, but Alternative is the only one left standing. It's a 3v1 for the mid laner. Again, no shot Shockwave, mana not too high, is running into the middle of them, takes down one, might take down two, manages to do it. Hunter Wolfsteel, the only one left standing. Alternative is on the run, isn't dead yet. Alternative putting the team on his back and is walking back to the river.
What a monster! This is the alternative we asked for. This is the alternative we got. I mean, he just walked into 3 with less than 200 health and picked up 2 kills.
And he won the fight. He forced them back.
He picked up 2 kills and forced back. He forced back on a Trundle that still had 30% health, 40% health. Like, absolutely incredible gameplay. And I have to say, Hunter Wolf could not challenge that. He could not try and chase that Orianna down. Tons of mana, tons of damage, was definitely not a situation that he could have won in. That is what you call limit testing by Alternative in that situation. The initial fight, though, big credit to Coil, huge flank, tons of CC on the back line, ultimately resulting in that win of a fight because the back line was knocked up and charmed for a solid 15 seconds in the fight. But great turnaround, and it looks like we're getting a round 2.
Yeah, all the ultimates are back up. Just a couple summoners are blown. Alternative's flash notably is gone. Pip still has his, and Yoni was healing up on the Krugs. It is spotted. I don't know if they're spotted on Bennett on the ward down there on the bottom side brush. Coil is running into the enemy team, but Bennett has the catch on it. Khan has to go over the wall. The flank is not going to come through. Dragging down to half HP, and a huge shockwave from Alternative takes down 2 and pulls one more into low health. Glacial managed to get a ton of damage with the bullet time, but it just doesn't matter because Dragon Mooncake protects the team without a problem. Soul point for Hard Hat Zone. We saw this last game. They're going for the Baron.
Wow! Absolutely incredible setup right there. Let's check this replay out. Watch the bottom of Dragon Pit right here. Watch the ball of Orianna. Look at the placement that comes through. Shields himself. And the Q is going to come out any second now. There's going to be a massive 4-person ultimate. Boom! 3-person, ultimate killing them. And then Seraphine ult takes the other 2 out. Hard CC on them, locks them all down. And Tarek over the top saying, everybody's fine. Just to make sure that 100% perfect execution of an all AoE team comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they learned their lesson from the previous fight, and they're like, okay, if we don't whiff the shockwave, we just win. And that's exactly what happened. And also, I will note, I said soul point. That's only second dragon for Hard Hat Zone, even though we've had like 5 fights at the Dragon Pit so far. This game has just felt so fast and so accelerated to the point where right now Hard Hat Zone are clearing jungle camps with the Baron buff. They have plenty of standing gold on the map yet still to pick up. Again, 25-13. They are currently rocking an 8,500 gold lead. They have an item advantage in pretty much every lane, and notably, again, we mentioned Seraphine is technically more supportive, but Retroflexion is going for the damage build. That is the Leandries, as well as a Blasting Wand Oblivion Orb. They're getting chased down now, though, but Dragon Mooncake with a phenomenal stun. Llama is going to have to try to get out of there, and Coil is just left for dead. Retroflexion gets caught on the other side of the fight, almost managed to get one. Bennett has arrived as well. Health bars are quite high for CB Rush. Llama tries to go and flashes over the wall. Rutledge with the Demonic Ascension is still triggering. Bennett might be able to take down one, does manage to get the Jungler. Glacial with the bullet time doesn't hit anybody, but Bennett decides to walk right into it. That is free pickings for the J4, though. Coil and Pip are the only 2 left standing. This is an Aatrox he can absolutely pop off. The World Ender has already been used, though, and it's the end of his world and the end of the game, likely, for CB Rush. Hard Hat Zone with the Baron buff, with the minions. They don't have a cannon. This might not be the end yet, but this is absolutely at least one inhibitor.
That was incredible sustain, right? So every fight that we've seen so far, we've gone, the Shockwave this,
the World Ender that, the Demonic Ascension here.
But all that fight, that singular fight, Dragon Mooncake and Llama sustained absolutely everything that was thrown at them. That was believe it started off as a 3v2 that turned into a 4v2 that turned into a 4v3 that turned into a 5v3, and then Bennett and Alternative came and had their say. Keep in mind, the Shockwave hit one person that fight. Just one. Who? It hit Hunter Wolfsteel. Why? Because he was trapped in the baby cage and it was easy pickings. That's where it all began with the pickup there. And then Bennett and Retroflexion kind of, you assess the situation right there and you go, wait, our team's still alive. You said in the middle of it, CB Rush's health bars are still doing incredibly well. And they were until those two showed up.
Right.
Absolutely phenomenal survival tactics coming out of Hard Hat Zone in that fight.
Yeah, the amount of healing coming out of Seraphine Tarek is already scary enough, but when you put in that J4 and Yone have their own sustain built in, there's also the shield bow, there's the gore drinker, there's the death's dance. It's so hard to take any of these members down. And again, it was a 5v3 in favor of CB Rush. Their health bars were still quite high, and they just could not kill the members of Hard Hat Zone. And looking at what CB Rush have built, unless my eyes are deceiving me, there's not a single bit of heal cut. I don't see a single grievous wounds there.
Nope, nor is there really much penetration, right? That's the other thing. You look at defensive penetrations as another one of the major factors in this game, and as it stands, there is none on the CB Rush side at all.
That was almost interesting. Yeah, but it's just gonna be so hard to kill people. Rutledge does pop the Demonic Ascension. Llama and Rutledge are in a 1v1 right now, but Alternative with the shock, or not even with the shock wave, just with damage, makes it not a 1v1. We see TPs coming in from all over the place, but the charm comes through. Retroflexion with the encore knocks one up, locks one up. Glacial is the only one left standing and has to run. There is no Baron buff, but there are super minions in the base. It is up to Glacial to try to clear this wave, to try to keep this game alive, to keep them from having to reverse sweep. But Llama just wants to hit the turret, goes in, Glacial gets chunked down. It's a J4 versus an MF. It's not going to happen. Hard Hat Zone, 35-14. Alternative, 17 and 15. Llama, 11 and 21. Take this to 2-0 over CB Rush.
What more could you ask for, right? What more could you in chat as spectators ask for out of this team? What more could their coaching staff ask out of their team? What more could the players ask of not just themselves, but of one another in that entire matchup for Hard Hat Zone, right? Phenomenal game number 2. Played it perfectly, aside from the level 1 fight in mid lane. That was it. It was the only thing that went bad.
You can't prep for that.
Not at all. I said 2 things in these series before the first game and in the middle of the first game. I have made 2 major statements. One, I said I do not want to make any game predictions. I stand by that still. I do not want to say that this is going to be a 3-0 because, quite frankly, I have way too much faith in Rush. Right? I mean, they're incredible. CB Rush is phenomenal. Glacial, it can 1v9 unquestionably if he's given the opportunity to, which so far Hard Hat Zone has said no, you don't get that opportunity. It is not something that they are affording them. However, the other thing that I said is rule number 1, do not focus the tank. Rule number 2, do not focus the support. That is what we saw in every single fight out of CB Rush in those situations. Why? They didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Because again, Hard Hat Zone is not affording them any situation but fighting front to back. So, CB Rush, you have now had 2 games in a row where you have seen a tankier front line or not a way to get into the back line. You now have to adjust. You did not do it this game. You have to do it next game. You have to find a way through the front line to the back line. You have to find a way to fight front to back. Sivir's a good option. You're not going to afford to not ban it. I wish you the best of luck because Hard Hat Zone is in their zone.
Yeah, that was, I mean, again, game 1, Hard Hat Zone showed weakness in the early game. There wasn't even any early game weakness. Again, this game was very accelerated because of that level 1. And, you might be able to say, oh, well, technically they lost that mid lane fight level 1, but like, you're never prepared for the most random ARAM down the mid lane at level 1. Neither team was prepped for that. And so, again, being able to come out technically down and just dominate the game from there shows just how strong this team is. But again, this is a best of 5. In a regular season, this match would have been over. It would have been a clean 2-0 for Hard Hat Zone, but CB Rush are still alive. Again, if they lose this, they go to the lower bracket where elimination is a threat. But if Hard Hat Zone win this, that's the 3-0. They go on to face Omega Gaming Obsidian. We will see if this is going to be, are we going to go to 4 games? Are we going to go to 5? Or is Hard Hat Zone going to send us home early tonight? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back for the all-important Game 3 between Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush. Hard Hat Zone rocking the 2-0. CB Rush have chosen red side yet again, Oshi. After choosing red side last time, they've decided to go for it again. Let's see if they actually pick a counter pick this time, maybe.
Yeah, we were just talking about this beforehand, and we really wanted to make sure that we brought up, where is Zeri?
Yeah.
Not just for one team or the other, not
Just-
banned, not picked, not present. And possibly something CB Rush might want to look into. I was saying they want to find a way to fight front to back. I mean, a hyper carry like Zeri is a good way to do it. If you're going to play the short range, Vayne does very well in it as well. So they need that percent base damage on their side. They haven't had it.
They need to change something up. They need to do something. Maybe, I don't like. It just seems like, I will say, it's hard to say stuff like too much about some of the draft stuff.
Yeah.
I will say, picking Swain into the Orianna when you specifically leave up your counter pick for your mid laner seems a little sketch. But like, even besides that, it's just Hard Hat Zone overall have felt so cohesive as a team. And I think, while I would say, Hard Hat Zone maybe have the advantage there because they've been together for a long time, CB Rush, they have the same kind of consistency. This is the team that went to Amateur Worlds. It's pretty much the same squad. They have those same core members.
Yeah.
The fact that they can't quite mesh as well. Hard Hat Zone, I mean, they're making the statement that, hey, CCS, we sent one team to the Amateur World Championships, but we run deep. Hard Hat Zone are proving that they are a top title contender, even though they were third seed out of Group B.
Yeah, exactly. And going right into it with the bans, a fast 2 from Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush with theirs as well. Everything we expected to see, again, that Irelia is clearly terrifying to them. The Wukong, so strong after the jungle buff. Like the W over the wall completely changed the game with that character, especially with the way back buff of the double ultimate that comes with it. Now, at Sivir going down again, Twitch again. I wonder, do we see the Seraphine? Do we see the Taric? Do we see, I don't know, the Amumu? Yeah, the Amumu. I agree. The Seraphine and the Taric were good, but they were definitely not as threatening as the Amumu Sivir were.
Right.
So first pick coming once again for Hard Hat Zone. CB Rush, as we said, has been picking the red side. They want the counter pick opportunity. They don't want to have to deal with the first pick. Unfortunately, it has not paid dividends for them. And again, Seraphine picked up first.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Hard Hat Zone, what worked in the last game, what worked before, might as well do it again. They haven't changed their bans up. They haven't needed to. Nothing was really scary. Nothing was really pushing on them. I will say, I doubt we will see the Taric again, but who knows? Maybe they just say, all right, let's hit that. Well, let's hit the go button again. Let's hit that kind of double support again, because I mean, Llama and Alternative, that was kind of the heart, that was the heart, soul, muscle of Hard Hat Zone. They have been throughout the entire time of this team being together, and they performed in the last game. The game before, it was Llama and Retroflexion. And so, Llama has been consistent so far throughout this series. You love to see it. Again, one of my personal favorite junglers to watch. I'm not biased just because he also does casting. He is just fun to watch. He makes action happen all the time. And CB Rush, they've answered with the misfortune again, but they're thinking really hard about the second pick, and they actually go for the Leona.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I was saying you need a tank. You need a tank in that bot lane so that you can open up your mid lane. Rutledge is a fiend when you get him going. You have to give him a champ that he can get going on, though, and you can't say, Rutledge, we need you to play somebody that's got CC, though, because that limits him so much. You get all the CC you could possibly ask for in the Leona. This is a massive dive pickup. Of course they're going to play the Taric into this. Why would you not play the Taric into this? You're not going to die in that bot lane because Leona only has one stun, or one target stun until level 6, in which case, if you see the Zenith Blade coming, you generally have enough time to start the Taric ult, and it's going to finish before you can really get overlapped with the bullet time.
Right. That will just, and time again, Glacial had phenomenal bullet times that, like, we're hitting 4 or 5 people. It was just Dragon Mooncake was able to trigger that ultimate, was able to channel it, and this time Hard Hat Zone, you see a big, beefy ball of stats in Leona. Say, hey, you know what? We're going to take those instead.
Yeah, exactly. We see the Trundle picked up there. I mean, Llama says, "Hi, I'm the tax man. I'll take 40% off the top. Thank you." And ultimately, this is where we stand. Now, CB Rush has to be careful with this next pick. The jungler has already been taken from Hardhead Zone. So you could just pick a counter jungler. I mean, you're not really going to counter jungle Trundle. I mean, Lilia, we saw it top lane first game. It could
Yeah.
be a flex.
In theory, but I expect that. I honestly, I don't mind it into the Trundle. Its clear is pretty quick. Trundle can't really catch Lilia. The blooming blows give Lilia enough, with the passive. When you hit people with Lilia, you just move faster. Trundle can't really chase her down, so not terrible. You can also one way to get around the Taric invulnerability is you just put everybody to sleep. We saw that what happened in game 1. You lilting Lullaby, they all go to bed for a few seconds while they're invulnerable. And then when they wake up, all of a sudden you can take them out. Pretty convenient.
Exactly. I mean, sure, you stop damage coming through, but you don't stop CC with it, and that is the big thing to keep track of. We have the Yasuo ban, we have a Vex ban, we have a Yone ban. They banned the brothers. What is going to be last, and more importantly, what is going to be next pick? Who do they want to leave the counter pick for? Do they want to let Rutledge have his way again? Or possibly they want to put their faith in the top lane this time around. Nothing against Rutledge. It didn't work out last game.
I think if you give Rutledge an actual counter pick, it will feel a lot better. If he can play something that will, we've seen the same bans from Hardhead every time. If Rutledge can play something that will actually absorb Alternative's aggression and successfully neutralize Alternative both in lane and potentially in team fights, that's what you want. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. Again, Rutledge is a very good mid laner and can certainly 1v9, but isn't the one that always has to go for the flashy plays. Can definitely just sit back and absorb things. So I really do want to see that counter pick, I think, for Rutledge.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, I mean, anything tanky top lane would be great. Yes, perfect. You're comfortable on it. So this is why Set is a great pick in this situation. Sure, some people are going to say maybe Set's not the best champion. We had this conversation at the very start of the game. It's very, very start of the series, sorry, where you have to play tank Set. Okay, great. Yep. They needed a tank. It's a comfort pick. He's got CC, multiple forms of it, and he still deals a fair amount of damage. Right. So great pickup for the top lane. And go ahead, counter it. He doesn't care. It's a comfort pick.
Right. Ooh.
Okay.
That is, what I think just happened? I think we just got another bait and switch.
I think we got Trundle top lane.
I think we got a Trundle top lane because Trundle does not mind laning into Set either, and Llama doesn't mind being able to play a Graves that can just walk into the back line and blow up the Mist Forge. We saw it last game with the Jarvan. Graves can do the same thing, really.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the same CC to come with it, but definitely has a lot more damage on his side as well. And an Azir, yes, goodbye dive. It's already gone. It's over. As soon as the Zenith Blade comes out, if it connects, Azir sends out the soldiers, and away it goes. It's up and over for that engage, and then it's just the Solar Flare to try and keep it that way. What is going to be the mid lane counter for Rutledge, though? I mean, give me something snappy, right? Something fast, something that moves, something that pops, something like a LeBlanc or an Ari. That'll do. Yeah, that'll do.
Bringing it back. I like, this is, feels like CB Rush have combined the powers of their game 1 draft and their game 2 draft. They figured out what worked. Tuned a couple of things. This draft feels much more cohesive, but as you said, Hardhead Zone, they have the wall to deny any engage, and they are a little bit slippery. It's going to be hard to pin them down, but overall, again, I like the draft better. CB Rush, it seems like they're starting to draft up to the level that Hardhead Zone has been pulling out. But again, Hardhead Zone, they pull these tricks out of their sleeves. Again, I'm expecting, Graves top was meta for a little bit, is technically ranged into Set, but I think that Trundle top might be what we're seeing get pulled out here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've definitely seen Llama play more jungle Graves than we have seen top lane Graves. I don't remember the last time I saw top lane Graves. But then again, we were saying, when was the last time somebody played top lane Lilia and the other things that we have seen in the past couple weeks throughout this season? Well, you and I get all the really weird comps, and it's wonderful.
I love it.
I'm insane, so it works great for me to try and analyze.
And look, it worked again. It works for us because I'm always going to be game to say that somebody's going to play the most wild thing. We even consider the Amumu top as a possibility. So Nothing. Look, we can't put anything past these players, all right? They will do anything. This is no LCS stage where you're going to get flamed on Reddit by an audience of 10,000. You play what you think is going to be good, even if it's the weirdest thing in the world. And actually, Bennett does indeed pick up the Graves. So that'll be an interesting matchup. I think the first few levels, though, I think Set should have a decent time.
Honestly, I think it's great. I think it's an incredible option because you want to shut the Set down, right?
Right.
Leona is going to be your main tank no matter what. The abilities do that for you, right? But being able to shut down the secondary tank is huge, right? Especially when it's the one that has the potential to get a ton of gold, right? Set is the one that you want to lean on as a tank, and not just a tank. If you get really far ahead, you start building some damage too, and it becomes terrifying, right? If Set picks up a Triforce, oh boy, that's a whole different world of pain all of a sudden. But Graves has everything in his kit to keep Set down. You can out-push him, you can out-harass him, you can blind him so that he can't keep up with you, and you've got 2 dashes once you have your E, and then eventually your ultimate will take you away from him as well. So it's going to be very hard for him to get behind you in order to ult you back into his tower or his team.
Right.
The other side of that I love is keeping Trundle in the jungle versus the Lilia. Trundle is so much better for ganking than Graves. Graves brings damage. Trundle brings some damage, but also brings mobility and CC. 2 things that all of Hard Hat Zone's lanes are lacking in terms of the gank front.
Right.
Actually, lacking overall. Like you've got, Taric and Seraphine have CC without question. Azir has some. Azir's knockup puts him in a big threat range, though.
Right, exactly. Because once you use that wall, once you use that Emperor's Divide, it's a great defensive tool. And once that down, it's like, I mean, it's a very good defensive summoner spell that's down. You no longer have that disengage available. So that's something to keep an eye on. And I will say, Trundle, it's not like Trundle has the most, again, it's not a J4, right? With how good its ganking is or at least Sin. But it's still better than a Lilia, though, pre-level 6, because all Lilia can do is throw down a Swirl Seed, and sure, Lilia can run at you, but there is literally no CC in her kit until that level 6 hits. So overall, Oshi, I know you said you didn't want to call the game score. I know you didn't, but right here, you could call the 3. You could be right, my friend, or you could call the start of the reverse sweep.
I am calling a bloodbath in the top lane this time. We've seen them be a relatively peaceful island between one another. They have taken shots. They've done some roaming. I think we are going to see a lot of deer besides Set. A lot.
Understandable. I mean, hey, look, it's the hunter with the shotgun, and it's Bambi. That's all I'm saying. All right, that's
your words.
That's my words. But of course, if you want the actual analysis, if you want to see those matchups before your own eyes and get advice yourselves, you can use our sponsor, Pro Comps. Go check them out. Once again, use our code 30%. Use code CCS for 30% off at checkout, an all-in-one drafting tool that you can use to improve your drafting and gameplay for both your professional games and your solo queue career. We will be back in just a few minutes to finish the spectator delay and see if Hard Hat Zone will close this one out. Don't go anywhere.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is game number 3 between Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush. The draft didn't get too crazy, too wild. Notably, no TPs on the mid laners. Rutledge sticking with the Ignite. Alternative actually going with the Ghost. At least they both took Flash. Everybody took Flash this time. We got Flashes all around. Glacial has learned.
We also have 2 cleanses, one on each side. Very important thing to note as well. Most importantly, we are 57 seconds in and no one's died.
It's a miracle. The mid laners didn't exchange blows, so things didn't get too crazy. Llama is thinking about going and checking out the Raptor Pit. The blooming blows from Hunter, Wolf, Steel does get a little bit of damage onto Llama, as well as the burn. Rutledge with the auto attack and try to take down the ward. Both bottom lanes have roamed up to the mid lane. Again, just some trading, just a little bit of damage, but no actual kills. Looks like, I will say, I think CB Rush have decided maybe we shouldn't make the game super volatile in the early game, and let's try to have a little bit more control, a little bit more patience, and try to put the game a little bit more consistently in their favor.
So something that I noticed again this game is Glacial opted for a tier start. So this is the second game in a row where he's on a misfortune in a lane that he should be out pushing heavily, and he started tier. And I don't disagree with that. It just really reduces the overall harass because you're misfortune. You're not spamming that E super early on, right? You're going to use it, and now it's on, I believe, like a 16-second cooldown or something insane like that.
Yeah, Dragon Moonkick does go in, gets Sun on the Glacial, but Coil responds in kind. The Q from Retroflexion isn't really able to do much. Dragon Moonkick has to invest the heal, but got hit with the Ignite, and has to flash out as well, so the target can be a little bit more vulnerable. At least it is not the Seraphine, but flash, heal for Ignite. You take that trade, and Glacial is taking some additional damage.
Yeah, 2-for-1 summoner trade, always your preferential situation right there. Retroflexion definitely had a bit of a mishap in that fight. Missed a lot of abilities, and again, missing the Q there. It's not going to go well for them if they keep that up. That was a disgusting burst coming out with the true damage from Pip.
Yeah, the first few levels from set are where the champion shines. The Haymaker can do so much with the grit buildup, but once the extra investment comes into those abilities for Bennett, once those level 4, 5s, especially level 6 hits, exactly as you were saying, that's where the Graves is really going to shine.
Yeah, Pip needs to make sure that he does not fall too far behind in farm. He's actually half right now due to the push, but Set does well under tower for last hitting with auto resets and the fast and slow punches that come with. So not too shabby of a situation, I'm sure, once he's done. Gank in his mid lane already, though.
Ooh, Rutledge walking down towards the river, might be able to get out, does use the flash to get over, avoids the pillar. It's the summoner burn, but a life saved.
Yeah, we're now 2 summoners apiece burned, depending on what lanes you're looking at. So overall across the map, relatively even there. Interesting to see how things go in the turn, because obviously Hunter Wolf Steel not going to be showing up to lanes very quick. We do have both of them looking for that Scuttle Crab in the top river at the moment. Yeah. Health bars are staying fairly steady, though.
Yeah, and Hunter Wolf Steel is able to get it again. When you're taking jungle camps, the person with the smite will usually win that one. That's exactly what happens. So looks like the jungler and top laner for CB Rush will be recalling as Bennett catches the wave. Should be up on CS on Pip. Glacial is taking quite a bit of damage around here. Sticking around is very, very bold against a full health Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake. Llama sticking around the bottom side of the river to protect this push as it goes in, and Retroflexion Dragon Mooncake will probably be going for the recall to get that first buy. And Rutledge currently sitting on 30 stacks of the tier. Retroflexion actually, they don't actually go back. They're forcing, it looks like, Glacial and Coil to stick around, so there is no jungler for the time being. It's just going to be the bottom lane, and Glacial again is extremely low, but they finally recalled.
Yeah, this is just going to be a full lane reset for that bot lane after this. I respect Glacial and, more importantly, Coil in that situation. Coil played very, very far forward so that Glacial could start last hitting the melee minions as they crashed onto the tower. Very well played by them to ensure that Glacial actually ends up with a CS lead. Looks like we got a lane gank coming into this top lane here, so we're going to have to watch for Pip to get a pull-in on Bennett, and hopefully Bennett doesn't hit 6 before that. Because if he does, he'll just pop himself right back out.
Yeah, not too high on the experience there for Bennett. Probably another couple of waves before he can get there. But Pip is quite low, doesn't really have a lot of grit. The Haymaker shield, as you saw, maybe 100 HP, and it's burned. That cooldown is quite long, but Pip is trying to bait Bennett forward. Bennett uses the smoke. Pip just has to walk away, and Bennett is playing this so safe. Pip does get the face breaker. Again, Bennett is low on mana as well. The Lilia throws out the swirl seed, but Bennett, again, just walks away. Playing super safe on this Graves.
Yeah, ultimately, Hunter Wolfsteal making the right decision to just help push the lane out and allow Set to back with how low Pip was. Runs in. He's going to catch that wave of minions as well. Very important play right there. Something that you will learn on Metafy from other professionals. If you can catch that wave, you're actually going to cause your next wave to crash into tower. Luckily for Bennett, he's got the teleport, so he's not going to miss out on too much. And that is actually a early basically on spawn Drake going over to Hard Hat Zone this time. We have seen them take the Scuttle Crab on spawn, but this time they get the dragon.
Yeah, that's the first time that Hard Hat Zone has taken the first Drake. Fun fact, every time a team has gotten first dragon in this series, they have indeed lost. We have a sample size of 2, so I'm not sure how convincing that statistic is, but hey, it's there. And the reason, of course, Llama was able to get that, they marked Hunter Wolfsteal on the top side of the map, so Llama said, all right, hey, bet, we'll take the dragon down here. Our bot lane is pushing in. We have priority over the pit. And now Bennett is at the level 6. Pit is as well, but again, Bennett with the collateral damage can just get out of there if needed while dealing a ton of damage himself. Has stayed even in CS in the top lane, but expect that to start, probably diverging soon a little bit. The only major CS lead is actually in the jungle, where Hunter Wolfsteal is 15 CS up for the time being over Llama, who hasn't really been able to have too many successful ganks. But again, we saw this in game 1. Didn't really have too much early impact, but once that late game, once those team fights started happening, was really able to do well.
Exactly. When we talked about the Trundle, we talked about the subjugation coming in. We talked about ripping away the defenses from the Leona in particular in that situation. Llama looking for the mid lane, wants to prove you wrong. There was a dash. Dash is online for Rutledge, though. So
yeah, and no flash, but again, Spirit Rush usable, invested, and gets on out of there. Ahri is a very hard character to gank when you don't have what you were talking about, hard CC.
Yeah, exactly. Even if Alternative did want to dive in and get behind him and hit the wall, he can still just dash his way out. So they're going to have to try and repeat on this to blow the flash and then come back around. Oh, the flash actually isn't up yet. And we do see Dragon Mooncake near that mid lane. So possibly.
About it. If you want hard CC, Tark does indeed have a stun.
There it
Rutledge
is.
Goes in for the sweep as the Spirit Rush is down. Flash is still invested. The stun comes through. Rutledge trying to get out of there, would have to go over the wall, but Alternative with the Q combos makes it happen. First blood at 8 minutes. This is the chillest game we've had yet.
And Flash came up about 4 seconds after that gank. After he died. Very well played by Retroflexion right there. Glacial obviously just looking to push minions in with that ultimate so that they can dive Retroflexion, who used his ultimate already, trying to turn it on Glacial. Not a good situation.
Doesn't get hit by the swirl seed, but does get hit by the stun. The turret is going to be doing damage, but with a good job juggling. Coil was the one with the turret aggro, walks out, a clean kill onto Retroflexion, taking the cleanse as well.
Yeah, dropped the ignite on top, so yeah, Coil used that, but you pick up a kill with an aggressive summoner and it's not wasted in the slightest. It makes you feel like it was used properly. Reduced healing, which is very important when you're trying to kill a Seraphine. We've talked about the sustain that comes with, and once again we see Retroflexion dies when Dragon Mooncake is not around. Dragon Mooncake obviously very prevalent around the entire map. Bennett getting some help up here though.
Llama running forward. The only option for Set is to run away. Does have the ultimate, so can choose either of these members to just pull behind the tower. Domain is laid down. Subjugate is still active. Lilia is on the bottom side of the map, so Pip will not have any assistance here to try to get rid of this Herald. Does throw out some hooks left and right. Pip taking some damage. The shotgun comes through. Only a couple of plates taken. Pip still alive for the time being, and does not get taken out. Very low, so we'll have to recall. We'll only lose some plates, and took a couple of ultimates out of there with him.
Yeah, I have to say, overall incredible gank right there to burn the flash in the end. They were successful in doing that, but better gank coming in this bot lane.
Retroflexion flashes into the Dragon Pit, so can't really get out of there anytime soon. Dragon Mooncake goes underneath the turret, and the Lilia with the blooming blows takes him down. Retroflexion was able to just walk out of there just fine. Rutledge going in with the Spirit Rush to try to get the damage. The Charm goes wide, but there is still plenty of damage with the Ahri. Rutledge goes to 1-1-0. Alternative with the scoop goes through with the Shurima slide, and the bullet time is not able to take him out. Rutledge with the final trigger of the Spirit Rush was able to get back over the wall, didn't take any damage from the turret. So we're getting some good trades, but CB Rush is coming out ahead. 1k gold up and 2 kills.
Exactly. This was a slow game, like you mentioned. CBR realized the mid game is their major advantage point with the champions that they have, getting some incredible dives, some very strong ganks. We said, when is Hunter Wolf going to be pulling the deer into lane? And he said, level 7, please. And rolled in, picked up multiple kills, a wonderful lilting lullaby to get CC all over the place, shut the Taric up real quickly in that situation, who's only now just hit level 6 himself, and only level 7 on Llama. Meanwhile, it is a level 8 Hunter Wolf Steel and a 7 and 6 on the other side of the bot lane as well. So very much the situation that we were kind of afraid to see for them, right? For Hard Hat Zone, where the early game went okay, but they weren't able to capitalize on anything, and now the mid lane or mid game is very much not going in their favor at all. And Rutledge showing exactly why he's on this Ahri once again with the mobility usage, the CC that he has landed. And I want to point out that he did not necessarily miss that charm. It is what is widely regarded as a zoning ability in that situation. Force him to run towards you or get hit by it.
Exactly, and Alternative does take some damage from the Orb of Deception, but the Ahri notifies that the rest of the team is there. That's going to be Dragon number 2 for Hard Hat Zone, so will be an Ocean Soul. Could be quite powerful. Again, the healing is very, very strong. And hey, if nobody builds Heal Cut, that could be rough. Bennett waiting in this bush. If Hunter Wolfsteel walks into it, Bennett is going to be doing quite a bit of damage. The Blooming Blows comes through. Bennett has the health advantage, and Alternative makes sure Rutledge can't go in and help. The Spirit Rush is used as well as the Flash. Bennett got distracted by the blue buff, it looks like. No kills come through, but the Flash and Ultimate invested from Rutledge, and he will have to recall while Alternative continues to grow this CS lead in the mid lane.
Yeah, we really need to watch Alternative continue the plays that he is making. Yes, the ultimate did not result in a kill. However, it did result in the Flash getting burned. Speaking of ultimates.
Oh, Retroflexion used the cleanse, but the Solar Flare, the double CC from Leona locks up the Seraphine. Retroflexion now 0-3-0 down here on the bottom side of the map. And again, Dragon Mooncake was not there to save him.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. He wasn't even really out of position. He was on his way back to tower, and you know what? I can't say anything bad about Coil in any of the games that we have seen so far, but especially right now. He has caught Retroflexion out 3 times, resulting in 3 kills, and is doing a wonderful job of ensuring that Glacial, the person that we all want to pay attention to and expect to clean house with these ultimates in the front-to-back fights on Misfortune, just farm up. He's been safe. He's been able to have a great time and been able to win lane for the first time in this series.
Yeah, and just a reminder, again, for those of you who have been watching CCS Wednesday pretty consistently, Coil is Love Me, and a few weeks ago, we saw Love Me on this Leona get probably the clip of this split, getting a triple kill on a tower dive on the bottom side of the map against ID Frozen. Like, that was an absolute game changer. It was the start of the series and defined what would be a 2-0 stomp for CB Rush over ID Frozen. So seeing that pick come out again, seeing Coil continue to perform really, really well on the pick is no surprise. And so this could definitely be what CB Rush need to get back into this series. But Glacial getting caught out by Llama might not be it. In the meantime, though, Alternative does scoop 2 over underneath the turret, flashes, slides on out. Glacial manages to get out of there as well after burning the Flash and the cleanse, and as at single-digit HP, Dragon, Mooncake, Retroflexion, and Llama are in the river. Currently, there's no objective to fight over except on the top side of the map. And it looks like CB Rush are actually the ones that are going to have priority over the Rift Herald after a very, very close scuffle in the bottom river and mid lane.
Yeah, the major difference out of those 2 scuffles that came out, Alternative did not have to fall out of lane. He was able to stick around, hold the line, keep this tower alive. However, again, as you mentioned, CB Rush opting to take priority in that top half of the map. They are turning this into a Herald, not even picking anything up. They just had map priority on first rotation. Very important little things to make note of. Llama opting to be in the bottom river when Dragon was not up. Meanwhile, you had Hunter Wolfsteal on the top side. And now we're going to see this probably go into the mid lane to break that turret open. No plates to go with it. But still, opening the mid lane at 15 minutes, 16 minutes, incredibly useful when you're facing an Azir.
Yeah, and Rutledge performing really, really well on this Ahri, getting him unleashed to go around the map, take some visits elsewhere. Notably, you know, I don't think anybody was actually there to get local gold from that, so most of that went on to Hunter Wolfsteal for dropping the Rift Herald. But that being said, you know, still got some gold for the assist, did the other two. That said, again, first turret gold actually went down to Llama and Retroflection on the bottom side of the map. Bennett should know now that there is a Lilia behind him, so is working to clear the wave here. Tower shots are actually coming in. Pip's trying to keep Bennett away from the turret, and Bennett with the outplay takes down the Lilia. Llama catches out Glacial again, says, you're not getting away this time. A double kill across the map for Hard Hat Zone.
Absolutely incredible on every possible side. Bennett with a massive 1v3 outplay to pick up a kill on the jungler there. Phenomenal flash out of the solar flare. And here's the thing. All you had to do was not throw the seed. That's it. You don't do that. He doesn't know you're there. He doesn't step up to keep the minions away from the tower. And you get a better gank out of it. Instead, he used nothing in particular to clear those minions. He kept his auto attacks up, he kept his dash up, he kept his Q up, he kept his ultimate up. He just cleared the minions and then reset himself, picked up a kill. Slight misplay leading to a significant loss of lead. They still have a lead, but they lost a significant amount of it.
Right, and you know, notably, Pip still got the turret, right? If that was their goal, hey, they accomplished it. But again, the kill going on to the Graves, you don't like to see it. The flash, you know, was invested, the ultimate was invested, but the ultimate will be back up very briefly. And it, you know, right now, you don't see it in that Western quadrant, but there was a ton of vision invested into that gank that just resulted in the death. Currently, Cloud Drake is up, so we're gonna have to see here who is going to really be able to make this happen. We haven't seen any TPs come in except from Bennett. Pip came down and joined the fight naturally. The Leon ultimate comes through. Bennett goes into the pit, and CB Rush are actually able to take the dragon. Pip over the top with a slam dunk. That's 3 kills already. Alternative is down. Retroflection and Dragon Mooncaker are the only ones left standing. Bennett is in the middle of them. Actually, Bennett's the only one left standing. Bennett has to go on the run down towards the bottom. That is 4 kills for CB Rush and the Drake as well.
We now have 3 kills on this Misfortune, 4 kills on the jungler. Look at this replay. What was I saying they need to draft a comp to be able to do? They have to be able to fight front to back. This time, what happens? The solar flare absolutely whiffed everybody, and it doesn't matter because Misfortune exists in the hands of Glacial. And that is scary on its own. When you line up and you're just standing in a row for her, it is awful. It is the worst possible situation that you could ever have for yourself. Glacial loves it. Cleans house with the bullet time right there. They pick up that drag, so there's no more stack just yet. They're going to have to wait for the 5th dragon to get soul if Hard Hat Zone manages to keep it up. Unfortunately, they do not have any map control right now. Take a look at the wards, not just top side, but even bot side. The only place that is safe for them right now is where they are by their own blue buff. That's it. They go anywhere else, and they are seen, and knowledge is power.
Yeah. And right now, you know, they don't really have, you know, there's a couple of pink wards. There's only the one sweeper, though, on Dragon Mooncake. So they're not going to be able to clear out too much of this vision. That said, that bottom tier 1 is the only one still left standing for Hard Hat Zone. And notably, like, one thing is, in both, in both game 1 and game 2, Hard Hat Zone didn't have the best early game. You know, CB Rush, you know, had actually a somewhat of a gold lead, but Hard Hat Zone, a lot of times before the kills were happening, were able to make that up with just out CSing, out farming their opponents. Right now, CB Rush have the farm advantage or are equal everywhere except for the mid lane where alternative is. Rutledge and Bennett, they are scrapping a little bit. Bennett goes in. Rutledge, though, has the damage as an Ahri. Again, very slippery. Already had the damage onto Bennett, and Bennett just has to back off for the time being.
Bennett also has no sustain.
Yeah.
So that's not a very fun fight for you. Oh, sorry, I stand corrected. He has 7% Omnivamp. But that's still not a significant amount of sustain when you're going against an Ahri in the hands of Rutledge himself. It'd be a lot worse if that Ignite was up. It is not yet. Looks like we've got some plays in this top lane forming up. That is where everybody's opting to get vision. That is naturally where you want to have it when you're still looking at a solid 2.5 minutes until Dragon. But I don't think anybody has the ability to take Baron with any kind of speed right now. There's just
no.
The damage just isn't there.
Right. I mean, once Alternative gets another item or two under his belt, Azir can chop it down pretty quickly, but for the timing, it's not going to happen. Dragon Mooncake clearing a ward, gets hit with a lilting lullaby, and on top of that is the bullet time, has to flash on out of there, as well as invest the heal. The Encore comes through the charm onto Hunter Wolf Steel, and Llama is coming through now. The pillar is invested as well as the smite. Hunter Wolf Steel, though, they have backup. Coil is here, the Solar Flare invested, Zenith Blade still up, but make it rain, zones off Hard Hat Zone, and Graves is still on the bottom side of the map, so a good chunk of their damage is not there for the team fight.
And that was only 3 members of CB Rush showing up in the mid lane, able to scare off 4 members of Hard Hat Zone there. Ahri continuing the push, the set continuing the push. Very well done in a 1-3-1 situation. Great near pickup, incredible gank on the Taric in the mid lane right there. Super unfortunate for CB Rush to not be able to finish that off, but really they get everything that they could have wanted to out of it in the end, really. They got the push in the side lanes. That's kind of what they were looking for. Some extra gold, keep that lead going. Only 3K. We did say that at the 12-minute mark, or at the 14-minute mark, sorry, they're used to having almost a 2K lead. That's what they average throughout the season. So the fact that they're only 3K at 22 minutes, 8 minutes later, and they've only really increased that by 1,000 gold compared to their normal comfort, says a lot. We did say that they're going to be less comfortable in close games compared to Hard Hat Zone in that, just looking at that one metric, right?
Right.
But, I mean, it doesn't feel close right now.
No, it doesn't. And it's also, I think part of that is also that Llama has 99 CS on this Trundle. Is level 11, like only, okay, well, now it's 2 levels down to Hunter Wolf's 13, but like, we're about to get a Flame Horizon in the jungle. Like, I don't know how often we see that, so like, this definitely feels like, again, Llama, big presence in game 1 and game 2 that really led to Hard Hat Zone getting a lead. When you're a Trundle that just like doesn't really have gold, it's a little difficult, but they're actually turning towards the Baron now.
Yeah, and it's probably going to cost them their bot lane duo dying in this mid lane here, at least the ultimates for sure. Now they themselves are going to rotate towards Baron, and this is where things get bad. You got to finish it quick.
Hard Hat Zone, they're going to get it, but now it's about getting out. The charm comes through from Rutledge, but he nearly gets blown up from the collateral damage. Rutledge gets carried over, almost gets carried over into the fight, but Alternative managed to get out of there. The flash and the slide, another charm comes through, and Retroflexion now falls. Alternative checks in the jungle and is still pushing forward. He goes into the bullet time, managed to slide out, though that's the ultimate used, and Alternative flash and ghost were used, but still decided to press forward, managed to burn the ultimate.
Yeah, I guess he was just trying to look for a little bit of vision there, figure out whether or not they were in that blue buff area. It was pretty obvious that that's where they're going to be, but ultimately it doesn't cost him his life. He had already used his summoners, as you said, so he walks out okay. I mean, they did technically pick up Baron. They have it on 3 on their mid laner, their support in the jungle, so there's split push is alive.
Lilting Lullaby used for not much effect. I mean, it's used to peel away, but Hunter Wolfsteal thought was probably going to get out of there pretty cleanly. So Glacial and Hunter Wolfsteal missing 2 pretty big ultimates for this team fight. But CB Rush, they're burning down this dragon very, very quickly. Bennett is just TPing in now. Everfrost used by Rutledge for zoning. The charm lands onto Llama. The dragon does reset. Bennett is behind. He is in the dragon pit. He's coming around. The turret comes through. I'm sorry, the pillar comes through. Pip is on the backside of the fight. Hunter Wolfsteal does manage to get the Drake, but loses his life for it. The charm comes through to keep Alternative alive, but the Ahri charm does the damage. Pip is on the backline, has been in this backline for so long, and Bennett throws out another collateral damage, gets the shutdown. That's a double kill. It's 3 for 1. Glacial and Rutledge are low. We've seen some Aries have some absolutely phenomenal plays. Spirit Rush is still up. The charm lands on a Dragon Mooncake, but that is one of the tankier members. The pillar blocks off Rutledge for the time being, and it looks like Hard Hat Zone are turning to the mid lane to get the push with this Baron and pick up some gold.
The big thing everybody seems to be missing here is Bennett is the AD carry on this team. He is the one that is doing the physical damage. He is the one that is going to tear your deer apart. You yourself said it is the deer versus the shotgun situation. And so far, the shotgun's been doing pretty good. Unfortunately, Trundle going down there, but they did get the tower. I mean,
Flash
not
Flash
I was
had
going
to
to
be
say
invested as well.
I
Continue.
was gonna say I just wanted to say not the best trade because that was one of the 3 members that had Baron buff still on them.
Right.
So unfortunately going to ruin any chance of pushing at this point because now it's on a support and your mid laner.
Yeah, it was, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, and it has faded away, but I will say it was not a bad team fight for Hard Hat Zone. They were technically behind, so able to get recoup some losses there. And again, they're starting to catch up on some of these item disadvantages. Once the gold gets to a certain point, everyone's gonna have your items. It's not really gonna matter as much. But again, that said, CB Rush were still able to get the Drake despite the outcome of that team fight, and now they have just taken over the red side jungle of Hard Hat Zone.
Big 2-item note here. We have 3 items completed on the Graves, 2 of which, however, are the Collector and Lord Dominic's Regards. So that is 15% bonus damage to the people that he really doesn't normally care about, are the ones with more health than him. And like I said, he is the AD carry right now. He's not building tanky at all. So that's 15% damage to Pip, 15% damage to Coil, 15% damage to Hunter Wolf Steel as well. And I'd have to check Rutledge, but it might even be him.
That is, it's an interesting build for Graves. Definitely feels like, kind of the Bwippo build, just ready to blow somebody up. Again, you don't need to be a frontline if you just kill all of your opponents. So we'll see how they want to manage that. Hard Hat Zone, they're backing up a little bit. The bullet time is used. Dragon Mooncake an alternative. They take a good bit of damage, but Hunter Wolf Steel takes a turret shot for free. Rutledge is coming around the backside of the fight, but Seraphine will arrive here shortly. Again, there is a lot of healing in this team comp for Hard Hat Zone, so the sustain should come through shortly. They are trying to keep this tier 2 turret alive for as long as possible, while Bennett is still pushing the top wave. It's 5v4 down here. Bennett, again, is going to be trying to grind up that gold for the time being, and all members of both teams, aside from that Graves, are hovering this bottom lane turret.
Yeah, that seed does hit one. The Lilting Lullaby is online, not opting to use it. Really, really good gameplay by Hard Hat Zone here. Just playing incredibly defensive, really utilizing what their comp is built around, being that sustain. The top lane turret goes down. I don't think anybody can 1v1 Bennett at this point anyways, which is why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just phenomenal defense. No turrets were, no summoners were blown, no ultimates were blown. Their turret stayed alive. Bennett's able to get this wave pushed all the way into the tier 2 before Rutledge is starting to walk up there on the response. Spotted on the ward, clears it out, and I mean, Bennett just gets solo gold. And again, this is the AD carry. This is what you want to see. And the more gold this Graves gets, the more likely it is that Rutledge, Hunter Wolf Steel, Glacial, they will just get one shot by a creative flank from Bennett.
The entire gold difference in this game, I mean, there's gold differences all over the place, but the entirety of it, the 2,000 gold that there is the strict difference between the Lily and Trundle. Right. It exists solely in the jungle. And quite frankly, Trundle is now doing his job. He is going to be tanky. That is his job. He is going to throw a pillar up to make you annoyed. He's going to ult your Leona and take 40% of all of the resistances that she'll put up when she pops her W. And that's it. That is his sole job. Look at him. He just runs at the Lilia. Again, Lilia is 2,000 gold ahead of him and has to run away from him.
Right. Because, Trundle, again, this isn't Tank Lilia, but Trundle can still just steal the stats away, and you're very vulnerable to a couple of chomps. So Hunter Wolf Steel does want to get this bottom crab. The dragon is spawning in about 15 seconds. That would put CB Rush onto Soul Point. So Hard Hat Zone, it looks like they're kind of offering this trade up here. Like, hey, yeah, y'all go ahead and take the Drake. We will go for this Baron here. But CB Rush, they don't want to do it. They're going to say they understand the power of the purple worm. And again, the solo laners are on the bottom side of the map. Bennett has TP, but Pip, not investing in the TP. They're just going for the dragon for the time being. And Hard Hat Zone realize, hey, maybe this isn't the best idea. It looks like CB Rush. They're just going to get the dragon for free.
Yeah, there's a slow rotate coming over by Llama, but there's no way that they're going to get there. And I shouldn't say no way. They do show up just in time. They're going to challenge this.
Llama's going to have to flash over the wall. Actually, the blast cone is there. No, they don't. Whoa! The collateral damage from Bennett from off the screen gets the dragon. Hard Hat Zone are on soul points.
And here's the thing, though. They say, oh, collateral damage is down. That's like 60,000 damage we don't have to worry about anymore. Let's move towards Baron. For those of you that are watching, chat, I see you. I see that there's problems with the Drake.
Oh, no.
I don't have time to tell you about it.
Azir has fallen, gets caught out. Retroflexion has to go golden again. Alternative, that is a good chunk of the damage, as well as that collateral damage being down. Baron is still very much alive, though. CB Rush, they're turning towards it now, and for the time being, Hard Hat Zone are just going to have to clear the waves. And again, Baron is going to get burned down pretty quickly here. CB Rush understand that they can't fight it. They are just pushing these waves in. They're going to try to get the gold here. I mean, there's a world where Bennett... Okay, he didn't get there in time. That was very nearly another steal 1 second earlier, and he gets it.
Which would have been hilarious if he had managed to steal one, die, and then come back and steal the other. Or, sorry, steal one back and come back. Either way.
Yes.
If he had managed to steal two, like both of the major objectives back to back with the same ability, it would have been phenomenal. Yeah. I have to go back. Chat. It's 2 Drakes to 3 Drakes on the side of Hard Hat Zone, wind, water, earth, and then 2 wind Drakes on
CB Rush.
On Rush's side. Sorry, yeah, trying to tell you guys what they have has thrown me so far off, I don't even remember who's playing anymore. It just seems to be an unfortunate bug with the client. It's not a spectator problem. There isn't really anything we can do about it. We'll try to keep you guys up to date as they continue to come up. As it stands, the next one is also going to be a Cloud Drake. So,
yeah, 3 minutes
points on the one side.
Yep. Cloud again, that will, again, it would be 3 to 3. We would be at 6 Drakes. So, that Elder Dragon, we haven't seen it show its face yet, but I'm getting the feeling that this game might get there. But finally, this tier 2 turret that CB Rush was trying to get nearly 6 or 7 minutes ago will fall. Hunter Wolf Steel gets hit by the smite, has to walk around the pillar. But again, these blooming blows, it makes it impossible to chase this Lilia down. And with Pip as a little bit of backup, makes it all the more difficult. But now Llama, again, you said it, is doing their job as the front line. Bennett is here going to try to clear the wave, but Relish is taking this turret very, very quickly. This tier 3 is going to fall. Maybe it's not quite. Okay, there it goes. Falls to the minions. These tier 3 turrets are falling very, very quickly. Hard Hat Zone have not been able to clear these waves enough, and the inhibitors are exposed.
Yeah, the thing everybody always remembers about Baron buff is what it does to your cannon minions, the big range and damage advantage that they get against towers. What everybody forgets is the bonus armor and magic resist that minions get as well. It makes them significantly harder to clear. So, the Graves not able to simply walk up, use 1 auto attack, and kill 46 minions. He does have to take his time, use his abilities, and he can't get close to an Ahri in that situation because, Rutledge will melt him. In a 1v1 where he is trying to kill minions instead of kill Rutledge. Otherwise, Rutledge just walks away. So we are in a situation now where we see the gold lead expanding ever so slightly. Objectives are slowly coming back up, 1.5 minutes until the next Drake. We're definitely going to see some pressure going on there. And quite frankly, that is going to be what I am anticipating as the final team fight.
Yeah, understandably.
Bennett.
Oh, no. Bennett is running away, but again, does have the level advantage for the time being. The Lilting Lullaby comes through. Collateral damage does not do much to Hunter Wolf Steel, and again, they are continuing to go at it. Hunter Wolf Steel is taking so much damage here, and Bennett flashes for the kill. It looked bad for a second, but again, in the game of rock, paper, scissors, shotgun beats deer every time. Alternative wants to go in onto Rutledge. Coil is right there, though. Again, the charm comes through. Rutledge is going to have so much damage with this Orb of Deception. Alternative does have to use the Zonias to get on out of there, and Dragon Mooncake channels the Cosmic Radiance when there was no major threat. Coil goes in with the Zenith Blade. The charm comes through. That is 2 kills for Glacial. Dragon Mooncake and Bennett are coming around the side. Bennett does not have the collateral damage. Invested the TP. It is currently a 3v4. Pip, Glacial, Coil, Rutledge. None of them have any ultimates. No ultimates are alive on the map. In fact, Bennett's is going to be coming up first. Dragon spawns in 12 seconds. This is Soul for Hard Hat Zone. CB Rush would only be Soul Point.
Yeah, I definitely don't expect to see, I definitely do expect to see another brawl coming in here now that the collateral damage has come back up. Bennett has a GA as well. I wanted to point that out when he was fighting the Lilia, but it didn't even matter. He didn't have to have it pop, so he still has it active on top of, yes, that collector, which ultimately paid massive dividends in the 1v1 situation he was in, guaranteeing that kill on Hunter Wolfsteal with the execution. This is Drag going over to put CB Rush at Soul Point as well. We have 5 minutes until we have to worry about that. The next minute and a half is Baron, and like always, I have been proven wrong when I said this could be the last team fight.
Yeah, and that said, it didn't even really feel like a team fight. It felt like Alternative just went in, wanted the kill. That's Alternative. We'll go for the kill if he sees it. Didn't quite have the damage onto Rutledge. Is that level down? I mean, currently Bennett was the highest level in the game, was the only level 18. Pip has now caught up to that. But again, I can't this just Llama's impact on the game has felt so neutralized, and he's always such a key part of Hard Hat Zone doing well. And again, is 134 CS down on his counterpart, 2 levels down. Yeah, the items, only 1 item down is kind of doing their job, but for Llama, it makes it so much more difficult to really be able to get in there and actually cause a lot of havoc and damage as that Trundle, I think.
Yeah, he's 3,500 gold down in a 6,000 differential game, right? He's more than half of the problem that his team is currently fighting. It's not to say he is the problem, but the gold differential that he's currently facing is an unquestionable struggle for that position. I mean, yeah, I said it last time. Yeah, he's a tank. He's doing his job. You're not really that tanky anymore as everybody progressively gets further and further ahead of you. Even this Leona, only level 13 right now, 2 items finished with boots, and really not that far behind the Trundle, which is definitely a problem.
And I will say, the longer this game goes, again, this is 37 minutes. I think this is probably the longest game in the series so far, if my memory serves correctly. Llama will be able to catch up, but Rush can end before that. And again, Hard Hat Zone, they are rushing this Baron again. Oh, the Lilia goes in, but the charm comes down. The Lilting Lullaby puts a few to sleep, but the Tark Ultimate, the Cosmic Radiance, saves them for the time being. Pip dunks 2 over the top, but Bennett's GA is popped. We see a massive scoop from the Emperor's Divide, stuck 3 against the wall. Coil goes in onto Bennett. Bennett goes on a rampage. Pip gets 1 on the backside, and Alternative falls. Pip is running around this backside of the fight, goes down as well. It's currently 2v3. Rutledge, Hunter Wolfsteal, Glacial, they are low. Bennett is the ADC. He managed to get 1. Glacial is low. Retroflexion is going to have to do this. He managed to get 1. Hunter Wolfsteal is the only one left. It's a Seraphine versus the Lilia. Lilia wins it every time. 9 kills on the map. Hunter Wolfsteal, the only one alive. Can't do the Baron. Will only push the wave. These respawn timers are long. Can Hunter Wolfsteal end this on their own?
Not a chance that this ends, but it is going to be the middle inhibitor going down. What an incredible fight. The replay you've already been watching right here. Watch this charm out of Rutledge. 100% secures that they do not get aced. Right there, that one charm that you just watched him hit, that one charm saves the game in that massive fight for CBR. That entire thing was a slugfest, back and forth. Nobody could have called the total final outcome there being a singular deer. The only person, the only thing that walks away from that, and they're able to pick up the middle inhibitor. And once again, this is going to put a lot more pressure on the Baron, on the bot lane, on the top lane, because of those super minions that will be rolling through. Even more than that, not only is the Baron up, we are only a minute and a half away from Drake, which is going to yet again try and split these teams. This is a 2v2.
Oh, the Lilting Lullaby comes through again. That is 2 very sleepy members of Hard Hat Zone. Dragon Mooncake is there on the backside of the fight. The charm comes through from the Encore. Coil goes down before he can lay down any CC. Hard Hat Zone are tearing through them, but Glacial over the wall gets 3. takes him down in a triple kill. Bennett jumps on through the wall, gets the misfortune down. Bennett, it is 1v3. It's a Bennett versus the world. Is he going to be able to take down the R? He's going to be able to take down Pip. That's a ton of damage onto the set. Hunter Wolfsteel goes in with the smite, the blooming blows. Rutledge cleans it up with the orb of disruption. The ace comes through. That's 3 members alive. CB Rush make it a series.
And it looks like they have given up all hope in this game. Nobody can blame Bennett for leaving right then and there. This is done and dusted. Hard Hat Zone falls in game number 3. This is a wonderful pickup by CB Rush in game number 3. And what did they do? They fought front to back. They fought with AoE. They fought with CC. And more than anything, they fought with an absolute fierceness that not even Alternative himself could keep up with.
Yeah, they were just so successful at shutting down the key members of Hard Hat Zone. Alternative was not able to get the kills that he needed to. Llama was completely neutered. Only 9,000 damage the entire game from a player that I always look to be kind of a point man on Hard Hat Zone. Sometimes, reigning an alternative, but oftentimes being the one to charge in first, being the tip of the spear, and it just didn't happen this game. CB Rush, this could be, Oshi, the start of a potential reverse sweep.
Yeah, which would be incredible. We have already been at this for 3 hours. At this point in time, between the breaks, the pauses, and the fact that we are 3 games deep. The real question is, what does Hard Hat Zone have left? They have used multiple draft tricks. They have used multiple comps. They have used the same bands every single time. Do they perhaps see a latchkey in the team of CB Rush in this last time around? Or are they just going to continue playing it and simply say, they got lucky?
Well, we will have to see. Again, we'll go ahead and take our brief break. We're going to get into game 4 as soon as possible here to keep the excitement, keep the energy up. But if you want to know, if you want to take a look at this game, if you had a game like this and you're wondering, well, how do I improve? You can, of course, go check out one of the coaches at Medify. Again, our brand new CCS sponsor. Try Medify. They have coaches for all sorts of games, not just League, but of course, that's the one you're watching. That's the one you're playing. You can get VOD reviews. You can get individual one-on-one sessions. Go check them out. CCS 10 for 10% off. Again, we will be back in just a few minutes for game number 4. We'll see if we're even going to silver scrapes. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and by some twist of fate, this is indeed game number 4 between CB Rush and Hard Hat Zone. We've been on the same side every single time so far, but Hard Hat Zone with the loss have decided to go on the red side. This gives them the opportunity to counter pick. Now, going into this one, I will say that last game felt like a completely different Hard Hat Zone team than what we had seen the first 2 games. So CB Rush took advantage of it. They brought one back. They got to win 2 more. Hard Hat Zone only have to win 1 to move on.
Yeah, this is not a situation of being able to reset at any point. CB Rush is fresh out of lives. They're on their very last one. The cat has fallen 8 times. Hard Hat Zone, thankfully for them, only lost the 1 game. They have to lose 2 more in a row. Looks like we're getting back to the Irelia ban. Not surprised at all. But man, that last game, Hard Hat Zone was lacking the letters. That was the big thing. And that is what we see win games. So let's see if it turns around here. See if HHZ gets the AOE or if CBR gets the game number 5. Pull, obviously the win for 4 and then pull.
Of course.
So
of course. We all love silver scrapes, but we also love going to bed at a somewhat reasonable hour. So there's the tension between the two. So this is where, CB Rush, they've been banning the Sivir, they've been banning the Amumu these last couple of games. They're sticking with it. I'm interested to see if any banning strategies will change here, if CB Rush maybe want to first pick something, although I will say the things that have been banned, I'm not sure, but Hard Hat Zone, this was a notable thing that you mentioned, Oshi, they've been banning the Silas. Honestly, as a red side ban, it makes more sense to me, but, because like if you're on blue side, you see more of what red side picks, and Hard Hat Zone have been banning it the whole time, but alternative plays it as well. So I don't know. It's an interesting that they've been banning it the whole time. Again, makes more sense here. And CB Rush, they're still thinking about their bans here. They clearly don't have, they're thinking about it. They're going over it. They're sticking with the Amumu. And I mean, for Hard Hat Zone, going into this next game, was it draft diff? Was it player diff? How did we feel about that? Do we think we can fix something in draft other than, maybe get some more AoE, maybe throw the Jarvan in there or something in the jungle?
yeah, it's nothing has changed in the bans since game 2, right?
Yep.
Game 1, we saw some different bans for CB Rush. Hard Hat Zone has not faltered or altered in the slightest for their bans. They have not seen anything that they feel is particularly terrifying or threatening out of CB Rush, even though they did lose game number 3 right there. And the misfortune is going to get first picked, leaving up Tarek Seraphine. Now, CB Rush obviously doesn't feel too bad about that this time around. Right. Let's see if Hard Hat Zone carries the same confidence after the mad loss that bot lane took in that last game. Seraphine ending up at 1-7, not ideal at all.
Yeah, and Glacial just had. I'm a little surprised honestly that we didn't see a Seraphine or a Misfortune ban. I guess you would have had to give up your permabans against CB Rush, but Hard Hat Zone, they're picking up. It looks like they're hovering the Seraphine again. They're picking it up again. Glacial just tore through them last time on this Misfortune, and in that last team fight was the reason that CB Rush were able to turn it around, got a triple kill over the wall while being virtually untouchable with that bullet time. So Hard Hat Zone, they're thinking if they want to go with the Tark again, maybe Seraphine goes into the support position this time, maybe Dragon Mooncake is the one that picks it up. Doesn't really feel like a Dragon Mooncake type of champion, but they just go with the Seraphine Tarek yet again, saying, all right, hey, worked first time, didn't work second time, maybe it's on again, off again. Maybe they'll have just a better draft on that top side of the map.
Yeah, it's also very different to play this on the red side as well compared to the blue side, right? You don't have that tri-brush that you have to worry about. Definitely something that we saw being problematic. The Leona just waltzing through there 3 times in a row and picking up nice, easy solo kills. Opting to pick up the Leona again as well. I don't disagree with that in the slightest. CB Rush, you could run the exact same team comp, and I'd be more than proud of you for it because it worked incredibly well. It worked in every single lane. All of your characters or all of your players were very comfortable on the champions that they were. Hard Hat Zone is the one that has to adapt this time around. And now that I think about it, not even just a Jarvan, Mordekaiser picked up because it had not been banned yet.
Yeah, that is, again, technically a flex pick, but that's going to be the QSS tax. And if you want to remove some sustain from Hard Hat Zone, you could use Healing Cut, or you could just use Mordekaiser and remove them. Mordekaiser beats either of Seraphine or Tark in a 1v1, beats pretty much anybody in the Death Realm in a 1v1, unless Hard Hat Zone get real creative.
Yeah, it's the top lane is definitely going to be very interesting here. We hit 0 on that red pick, and the Jarvan does come out. Good pick now that the Mordekaiser is in there. I was going to say prior to the Mordekaiser, it would have been good. Would have been a Nocturne, actually, to be able to really get back on this misfortune and force her hand.
Right.
Jarvan does that decently well on his own as well. We saw it in game number 2 there. So we'll see what happens here. The Vex banned out once again. No surprises there. CB Rush probably going to be looking to ban out some top laners to make the Mordekaiser's life a little easier. But
Right.
what they will choose is beyond me.
Yeah, and one thing that is notable is definitely that now Hard Hat Zone, they do get counterpick for both solo lanes. CBrush, they banned the Lilia, knowing, hey, Lilia and Mordekaiser, it's I'm gonna be honest, if you're a Mordekaiser, Lilia is probably one of the ones you don't want to put in your ultimate because she can literally just run and avoid everything you're doing while hitting you with those blooming blows, while hitting you with the watch out eep. So I like the ban there. They don't want Hard Hat Zone to pick it up. So but again, notably, Hard Hat Zone, they can pick counterpick for both lanes right now. They get rid of the Poppy as well, eliminating jungle options. So that being said, I'm really looking, Yone is up currently. I am really looking at Alternative to have a much better game than he did last game. Of course, again, across the board, Hard Hat Zone, they dominate the games that they win. So it's really easy to look at somebody like, yeah, Alternative 1 and 6, man, what are you doing? Just even being able to get 3 or 4 more kills there is something that can really turn the tide of the game. And there we see the Yone picked up.
Yeah, they very much feel the same way. They want to be able to get that big AoE, but also have the option of the single target damage, the mobility that comes with Yone, being able to safely go in, fight, and get out, the CC that comes with as well. We'll see what the counterpick comes out to because Rutledge does actually get his counterpick yet again, even though they are not on red side. So,
well, in theory, Bennett did play this. I'm not sure how the Yone Mordekaiser matchup really goes, but technically it flex. The Hecarim, though, is picked up for Hunter Wolfsteal in the jungle. That is one of their champions. They play it a ton in solo queue. I expect good things out of this bad boy.
Yeah, this is a devastating pickup. I'm just looking at it. The whole lineup of Hard Hat Zone, right? Like, what do you do at this point? What are you looking to do as Hard Hat Zone? Right now, you're looking to dive the back line. You're looking to shut down the misfortune, right? You can't do that now because you have to be too worried about your own backline. Leon is going into your backline. Hecarim's going into your backline. Swain more or less has access to your backline with his abilities. They're relatively short range, but he's tanky enough with the ultimate on that he can just walk into your backline, right? So Jarvan, Yone, okay, you're probably only really going to have one of you trying to jump the misfortune, in which case you're going to the Death Realm. Yeah. So, like, Mordekaiser doesn't really care about either of you in that situation. The Cassio left up. I knew there was a band swap that came through. It was the Cassio. We get to see one of the comfort picks for Alternative.
Yeah, this is, again, if you want an alternative carry champion, if you want to say, all right, man, look, no matter how bad this game gets, we know you can take care of this. Cassiopeia, a phenomenal choice for alternative. I'm interested to see how it works in this team comp. I will say, if you want something that can kind of, dissuade the dive a little bit, Cassiopeia is not a bad option into that Hecarim.
I have to say, she is an incredibly strong-willed mother. She will ground you even if you're not her child.
That one broke me.
This is where we're at, folks. This is what you get when you keep me up to midnight, okay?
That one got me a little bit. I can't say that. I can't say what I just thought on stream. I'm not allowed to say that. But that being said, like, this matchup, again, the Yone pickup, that can certainly go into Alternative's hands, but Cassio versus Swain, I'm very interested to see how that matchup will go. It's a Mordekaiser in the top lane instead of an Aatrox for Bennett, but again, Bennett performed very well on the Yone, performed really well on the Graves in the last game, even though he wasn't quite able to finish out the match. Again, one really, really good charm from Rutledge kind of saved the game for CB Rush. So there's no charms this time. There's no taunts, there's no charms, there's some Leona stuns, there's the Death Realm, some Swain CC, but overall, again, the AoE, that's what you're asking for, Oshi. It is here in spades for both teams now.
Yeah, we really need to see, I personally really, really need to see the Seraphine hit and the Seraphine do damage. That
Right.
was the biggest thing I pointed out off stream, and I'm going to bring it up now that we're on stream, and I feel kind of bad for it, but I got to say it. There was a lot of missed skill shots in the last game for this Seraphine.
Right.
The damage output was not what we expect from this champion, nor from this player, for that matter, either, especially after the game 1 and 2. We saw phenomenal things. Just that game number 3, the Seraphine wasn't there. The Seraphine didn't do it, and he just didn't survive on his own. Retroflexion was not left alone in a situation where he could continue to live. It wasn't
Right.
that he put himself in bad positions. It's that we have a reset here. Coil has disconnected. So we're going to have a bit of a restart.
Yeah.
Apparently, Hunter Wolf Steel is sick.
That's okay. Well, that being said, we'll have a little bit to discuss once we get into the game, but I do think that is a good time. Again, now, while pro comps might not be able to help keep you from getting sick, it will certainly help your draft that you do not have to leave and reset it. Again, it's a phenomenal drafting tool for you and all of your friends. Tell your friends to get it too. Pro comps, you can use it for professional and your solo queue play. It looks at your drafts, your opponent's drafts, tells you your opponent's win cons, how you can shut them down, slow them down, gives you picks and bans advice. Use code CCS for 50% off your checkout. The link should be down below or in the chat. Go check it out. In the meantime, while everybody's getting back into the Rift, we'll keep you updated, but we should be good to go here shortly. We'll take a brief break and be back for Game 4.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS. It is game number 4 between CB Rush and Hard Hat Zone. Hard Hat Zone on the red side for the first time this series, and we will see if Hard Hat Zone and Retroflexion have done some introspection and if they can take home this game after getting pretty stomped in what was a fairly long game number 3.
And under the assumption bot lane does go their way, the other thing we have to watch for is if Pip can pop Bennett like a pimple in that top lane in this matchup right now. The Mordekaiser favored in just about every single comp you could have. Just has to survive, get out, and really use that Death Realm to his overall advantage. And we have a major change coming out for Hunter Wolf Steel here on the horse himself, something we have not seen anything near the likes of.
Right. It's one of those champions that once hit level 6 but can do the early aggressive ganks. It's a very flexible champion, and again, this top side of the map is now looked very, very different so far for CB Rush. We'll have to see if they can take advantage of it. That said, for Hard Hat Zone, a lot of these champions are very familiar to us. If you've been watching the CCS, you will know these players, you will know what they have picked up. And even in this series, Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake, this is their 3rd time playing this bottom lane. Went pretty well first time, not so good second time. This one, we'll have to see if they can make it a little bit more positive. Junglers, they are starting on opposite sides of the map, so we'll have to see if Llama's going to go for that aggressive gank in the mid lane and give Alternative that early advantage.
I definitely expect to see Llama going in for something early because the bot lane of Hard Hat Zone faked a blue buff start. They stood deep in the blue buff side and they stayed there for a while and then made a typical rotate out. So I would expect to see Pip thinking a gank will be coming his way, and it's probably going to stay that way until Hunter Wolf Steel pushes his way out and goes looking for that crab himself. Hopefully for Hard Hat Zone, only to find one of his other lanes in peril. Otherwise, I expect to see Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake doing similar things to before, right up until Coil kind of starts to feel comfortable going in, and then we see the turntables.
Exactly. So, and again, if Retroflexion can hit those skill shots, there were multiple times in the bot lane last game where if Retroflexion hits a Q, hits the empowered Q, hits an empowered root, literally any of those, then you get a 2v2 kill in that bot lane, but it just wasn't able to happen. Top laners, they're continuing to duke it out pretty effectively, but Bennett so far on the losing end of those trades. Pots have been completely burned already, and Llama going for that bottom scuttle crab, didn't go for a full clear, actually skipped two camps, but didn't go for a gank yet. Hecarim spotted on a ward set by Bennett up on the top side, so they know that the Hecarim is getting that top crab, and for the time being, Llama is making his way down to the bottom side of the map. Goes ahead and EQs over the wall, but Coil is there to spot it out, and the gank is already neutralized.
Yeah, very, very good foil. Flash burned by Leona, by the way, so Coil does not have that anymore in his kit. That's good news for the bot lane, but overall bad news because they clearly invested some time in the early game, making sure that Llama was able to sneak his way around to this bot lane. Getting caught out. Hecarim is taking the Krugs up top, by the way, so watch for a potential dive if Bennett gets a little low here. As you mentioned, no pots. Does have the sustain from the Doran's Blade, though, and it looks like they're just going to fall back instead. No wave for them to dive with.
Yeah, those Death's Grasps, they are causing a little bit of a problem for Bennett, not quite having the fancy footwork needed to stay out of it, and there is a very, very deep ward for CB Rush over there by the Krug. So they should be able to track Llama at least a little bit. And again, those Death's Grasps, Bennett just cannot seem to avoid them. Once those boots go in the inventory, might have a little bit of an easier time of it. Llama, again, already down on CS, already down on farm. Last game, we saw Hunter Wolf Steel completely and utterly obliterate Llama in the farm department. Llama goes in with the flash. Rutledge has to flash out himself, so potential regank opportunity, but I have my eyes on Llama. I do not want to see this, I don't want to see a very integral part of Hard Hat Zone go down by 150 CS again.
Yeah, I have to say, so far Llama is doing decent. Sure, we saw both ganks technically fail in the sense that he got spotted out. There was no kills, but he has blown 2 flashes just by existing so far. Traded the second one out, but a flash is a flash is a flash. Swain also blows the teleport there as well, which Alternative does not have, but Alternative in a great health and mana state, able to keep this lane alive and sturdy. Actually still has 2 pots even after his back himself, stacking that tier up. I have to say, Cassiopeia has got to be feeling wonderful under his fingers right now in this situation. While Hunter Wolf Steel opts for the early Drake, we expect exactly this when they're on this side, though.
Yeah, we saw this before. Dragon Mooncake coming up to say hello. Rutledge has roamed down. Alternative with the miasma on the ground. A phenomenal dazzle takes one down. Coil is grounded yet again, and that is a double kill for Hard Hat Zone in the early game. Again, Drake is taken, and I will say our sample size has gone up to 3. Whoever is taking the first Drake has lost every time. Rutledge is about to go down here. Alternative with the level advantage uses the ultimate. Alternative is taking so much damage from the minions, invests the flashes. They're going to be able to get out of there. The minions are doing so much damage. Alternative just barely with enough health to survive. 3 kills to none. Hard Hat Zone with a 1.5k gold lead.
Very large pickup. Here comes Hunter Wolf Steel, though. Gets grounded, but does finish off the kill nonetheless. Miasma only does so much. There is a ton that you can hop away with when you are the horse. It gives you a nice amount of range with that W. So be it, the trades go out. But like you said, ultimately 3 kills picked up there for Hard Hat Zone, as well as the Drake. 2 of them went over to Alternative, whom is the one that we really want to see this gold on, and the other onto your man himself, Llama, on the Jarvan. A big pickup and an assist coming out there too. We saw a lot of great gameplay. We saw the joke that I made coming straight through with that first miasma, grounding everybody down, so flashes don't matter, dashes don't matter. There was no possible turnaround for them in that situation. A great positioning fight for that first Drake. And again, we just see Bennett up here playing the weak side for now, just staying under tower, doing a decent job staying sustained with that refillable pot. Teleport is up for both top laners as well. Meanwhile, Rutledge only won with the ultimate in the mid lane, as he did not have it before he died.
Yeah, and Bennett, again, is continuing to go in, keeping even on CS for the Shone is going to be the big thing, so keep an eye out for that. And also, apologies to our wonderful producer, Ludi, for trying to get those replays going. There's just so much action non-stop. Speaking of, Llama wants to go in on Rutledge. We saw this happen before. Rutledge managed to get away a little bit earlier. The miasma comes into the demonic embrace. Rutledge chunks out a whole bunch of damage, but Alternative picks up a 3rd kill with a 17 CS lead that's only going to grow. Alternative is on the path to carry this game.
I have to say, Demonic Embrace is wonderful. We keep talking about it. Unfortunately, there's so many things that counteract it. And in this situation, when you are only level 6, 3 people is more than enough to counteract it. Having to try and fight through multiple stuns and a significant portion of damage. Looks like a plate going over to Alternative for that kill as well. That is an additional 160 gold you saw pop up on your screens right there in his pocket, on top of the 20 CS and 3 kill lead. He already has Coil in a bad spot.
Llama wants to go in, gets the knock-up. There's the empowered root, and Coil just falls. Llama even goes in with the Cataclysm jump onto Glacial, who invests the exhaust, but Retroflexion hits the skill shots this time, hits the Encore, picks up 2 more kills on the bottom side of the map. Hunter Wolf Steel tries to get the recall, but the wave is coming underneath the turret. Dragon Mooncake, Retroflexion, they are all here. They're ready to go. Llama hanging around just in case. Looks like they're trying to at least get an additional plate here, but Hunter Wolf Steel is running enough interference to chase them off. EQ invested by Llama, but that should be it.
Yeah, very strong threat coming out right there. That's actually level 8 for Hunter Wolf Steel, farming up to no end at this point. He's caught a lot of lane farm and lane experience right there, though, as you saw him take more than a wave of standing under that tower on his own. It's going to help push him up, but so far he has had no successful ganks of his own, and that Onslaught of Shadows has been up for quite a while, unused. Meanwhile, Llama hit 6, used 6, and then we saw the exact same thing come out with the bot lane while Llama was down there. Hit 6, used 6 on both, on the Seraphine there, the Taric ultimate not used. The Ignite's still up as well. So I'd really like to see Glacial and Coil, once Coil hits 6 himself, capitalize on the situation in that bot lane, on the ultimate advantage and the discrepancies that they have. But it looks like Steel is going to be in a bad spot again.
Yeah, Llama is kind of baiting this in here. I don't think Hunter Wolfsteal was ready for Bennett, but Hunter Wolfsteal is able to ghost away, gets the speed boost. Relic coming in with the Demonic Embrace on the backside, but the Tark Ultimate, the Cosmic Radiance, does so much work. Bennett with the Fate Sealed takes down one, but it's a trade. That is the damage. Alternative has fallen. Hunter Wolfsteal picks up the kill. Llama on the backside in the Death Realm. Managed to stay healthy so far. Dragon Mooncake with the Dazzle. The Mordekaiser should fall here. Can't get the bonk onto Llama. That's 2 kills for 1. Hard Hat Zone now 8 into a 3,000 gold lead. They're going to pick up the Herald. They're in command of this game, number 4.
You mentioned the existence, the sheer possibility of quick footsteps, fleet footwork, if you will, to get out of the way of those cues, of those grasps, and that is exactly what we see from Llama right there, managing to barely sidestep the last smackdown from the Mordekaiser, getting a shield and eventually getting a kill picked up as well. Turned into, you guessed it, Rift Herald for Hard Hat Zone. Exactly what we expect to see from them, just as the same we expect to see the Drake focus on their counterpart side. It has spawned. It is an Infernal Drake. We don't know where it's going to be going because everybody's just pinging it endlessly.
Yeah, Llama does get rooted by Rutledge, but Alternative is here. Llama doesn't have to invest, doesn't have the flash to invest, but uses the EQ. Alternative getting some damage onto Rutledge. The Miasma goes down, but it will simply be that and nothing else as Alternative clears the wave, and the rest of Hard Hat Zone gets priority over the Dragon Pit. Will be taking down the Infernal Drake. It will be Dragon number 2 for Hard Hat Zone, and Bennett snaps back pretty far across your screen, and Dragon takes a little bit longer to go down, but they managed to grab it. That signal to Glacial, okay, the team is down here. Maybe I should go underneath this turret for the time being.
Yeah, I want to take a second to point out at 10 minutes, 29 seconds, we saw Glacial pick up the Manamune, and then an entire 4 seconds later, we saw Alternative pick up a Leandri's Anguish on top of the Dark Seal that he also has.
Yeah.
So that'll give you an idea of just where this gold is going right now. It is a 1,600 gold lead in the mid lane, and even the Seraphine is 1,000 gold up on the Misfortune right now. This is not what we saw in game number 3 at all.
Yeah, okay, Alternative does have to dodge the Visions of Empire, goes for the Flash. Hunter Wolfsteal goes in, gets grounded. The Flash was committed by Alternative, so any follow-up is going to be a little bit difficult. Pip is hovering around, so, the gank gets the Flash, gets the ultimate. Rutledge and Glacial are here, and Make It Rain comes through just to help clear the wave, and that was a lot of roaming for a Flash and an ult.
Yep, it was a whole heck of a lot of nothing all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Everybody was moving real fast to go absolutely nowhere. Feels kind of like life, doesn't it? But that's not important at all. We see a 3-man push coming in to clear this wave. There is the Rift Herald drop, going to be taking this tower down, the last 2 plates with it. And I mean, this is the state of the game. The mid lane turret goes down. That's everything you want. I mean, you're 13 minutes in taking it out. You're still a 4-man push.
Oh, the Encore comes through. The Demonic Ascension is triggered just beforehand. Hunter Wolfsteal tries to go in over the top. The Tarek Ultimate is used after the engage is committed. Bennett and Pip were very briefly duking it out, but that is the tier 2 turret. Hard Hat Zone, again, in full control of this game. 5,000 gold lead at 13.5 minutes. Glacial trying to recoup a little bit of that, getting plates on the bottom side of the map, but Hard Hat Zone are coming.
That Tarek ult was so beautifully timed. It was, the horse was coming in and he said, I don't even want a chance. Anything. Just dropped it. The minions died and they tanked a couple tower shots even as a result of it, and then took the tower as well. And my favorite part of all of that is, as you mentioned, a little bit of a brawl in the top lane. The camera tried to kind of flicked up and then flicked back on us. And if you actually watched the health bars, they were both full health the entire time.
Yep,
like
not even close.
They take a bit of damage and then immediately heal it back up, because that's what these 2 champions do. We've got the Leeching Leer on the one side and the Vampiric Scepter on the other. They don't care. It's a wet noodle fight at this point until somebody all-ins, and that's probably not happening until they have jungle support.
Yeah, so, hey, I always love checking in, back on the ranch, seeing what's going on up in top lane, wherever it takes you, 5 years to walk up there, unless you're Llama, who's paid a couple of visits, you like to see it. So, That being said, Hard Hat Zone, they are sweeping through the enemy blue side jungle. Rift Herald, it should be spawning here in just a couple of minutes, so they will be absolutely ready for that. Again, that 65% Herald percentage. I feel like they've gotten all but one Herald so far in this match. Look how many are here, and this was such a well set up trap play. Hunter Wolfsteal didn't even get a chance. Bennett picks up the kill with the Fate Sealed, and I mean, if you're Pip, you're like, oh, where did that even come from? Glacial, though, oh, we've seen this so many times. This is what, the third or fourth time Glacial's trying to get a solo kill, but Retroflexion is actually able to get out of there for the time being. The bullet time, not even close. Retroflexion makes it out of there without even having to flash.
Why? Because Coil was not down there this time. Great play by Glacial nonetheless. Getting in that bush, getting that damage down, getting the priority in that lane, but not having his jungler with him meant that there was no kill picked up. Retroflexion is still sticking around, though. Could be a little out of his element here.
The rest of two more members of his team are coming down. We'll have to see if Glacial and Coil want to take advantage of that. Bennett goes in, gets the knockup onto Pip. Death Realm is still there, though. Fate Sealed is down for Bennett, so Pip just gives him the old bonk over the head, and the top laners disengage.
Yep, that's exactly what I was talking about. A little bit of a thwap, 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 and then everybody goes home. So it's just to remind you, I've got weapons. It's kind of what we're really saying to each other in that top lane right now. That is a Blade of the Ruined King picked up for Bennett, though, so that is going to help shred through some of this health. That is a
alternative. Uses the ultimate. Hunter Wolfsteal managed to get out of there, but that is still so much damage from this Cassiopeia.
Yeah, that was kind of scary, honestly. I'd also like to point out that the junglers on each team are farm animals, in case you weren't aware. Because we got a horse on the one side and a llama on the other.
You're correct. You are indeed correct. They're also animals on the Rift. They go absolutely insane. Hunter Wolfsteal did look. We got.
No, that was good.
Hunter Wolfsteal, it's going to be his turn to try to make something happen here, though. Pip is teleporting in. Bennett is already down here. The dragon down to about half. Again, this would be soul point, a very, very early soul point for Hard Hat Zone. Pip gets the pull in. Llama, though, uses it as a direct line onto Hunter Wolfsteal. The horse goes down. Llama's getting burned, is in the death realm. It's jungler and top laner duking it out. And it looks like the kill will actually be delivered over to Glacial, but it is currently 3v4 on the map. Glacial and Pip, their big cooldowns already used, but Glacial does still have the bullet time, invests it, doesn't get any kills yet. The gold comes through, an alternative comes in on the back with the miasma and the ultimate. Coil tries to go in with the Zenith Blade, but that's a double kill for alternative. That is soul point for Hard Hat Zone at 17 minutes.
Bullet time has no meaning when you are made of stone. That goes two ways. Malphites feel that way, and when the actual misfortune themselves are solid rock, it feels the same way. Another flash miasma in alternative, just showing why this is a comfort pick for him. 6, 2, and 3, a 300 gold bounty on his head. He is a solid 3,000 gold ahead of his alternate laner right now. 36 CS lead additionally on that. Absolutely playing out of his mind this game, doing everything in his power to ensure that we do not have to witness a Game 5 as much as some people would want that.
Yeah, CB Rush, this is definitely like, alternative right now is definitely raid boss status, but even if you get through the raid boss, Bennett 3-0-2 on this, has the Blade of the Ruined King. Noon Quiver's getting built up. Immortal Shield Bow probably gonna get finished here sometime soon after this Rift Herald gets dropped. I mean, that's raid boss number 2, and then Retroflexion is doing much better in this game. 209 has the Leandries built up. Again, this is the damage Seraphine build, so even once you take down alternative, if you can take down alternative, the rest of the team is still very, very strong. They pick up Rift Herald number 2. They've had complete dominance over these neutral objectives so far. They're rocking a 6,500 gold lead, and it's only going to get extended wherever they decide to drop this Herald.
Yeah, exactly. And quite frankly, you take a look at the build that you have going on the side of Hard Hat Zone. Very, very familiar to the games that they won. Call it a Disco Inferno at this point in time because it is burn, baby, burn on all fronts. We have Leandries on 2 champions. We have the percent-based damage coming out through the Blade of the Ruined King. We have a Gore Drinker ensuring that this Jarvan doesn't just do damage, but lives for a long time as well. Rutledge not having a good...
Alternative might be going in a little bit too far. Coil was here to protect, but the Petrifying Gaze comes in. Glacial is getting hit by the Ignite, and Dragon Mooncake actually is the one to go on a killing spree. Retroflection's damage coming through huge with the Encore. And on that top side, Alternative makes it out no problem. Rutledge is going to have to get back and heal somewhere.
Dragon Mooncake may not have picked up a triple kill and a tower dive, but he has certainly shown his prowess on this support character. The Leona is not doing poorly by any means, but the Taric is a shining star on all possible fronts, a diamond in the rough, if you will, playing truly, truly, truly outrageous.
That is an on-spawn Baron. Rutledge is coming down to check things out, but if he walks a little bit too close, the Visions of Empire doesn't really see what he wants to see, which is pretty much all of Hard Hat Zone and getting out there cleanly. That is 5 members with the Baron buff. The next Hextech Dragon spawns in just under a minute. They're going to be able to push, get these towers, get these lanes in their favor, and I mean, this feels inevitable that there is going to be a soul for Hard Hat Zone.
Yeah, this is a horrifying position to be in. And you know what? Hard Hat Zone actually taking full advantage of the portals in their base right now, the Hextech portals on here. Bennett going to be picking up a kill on Rutledge. There's nothing much to say, but the teleports.
The TP comes in. Pip is just teleporting in to die. The Death Realm is used, and it just doesn't matter. The double kill for Bennett in the top lane, 5-0-2 now. They have the Baron buff, and they still have the Rift Herald to drop as well. Shelly helping out the buff that its older brother gave the Hard Hat Zone. They are pushing in hard on this top lane. The two solo laners for CB Rush are down. This is easily going to be an inhibitor, if not more.
Yeah, on top of everything else, Hunter Wolf trying to come in on the side there, and Bennett having none of it, just playing Yone to perfection, making sure that he can snap very far away. A second dive from Shelly gets in onto the inhibitor turret that time.
Hunter Wolf still tries to make it happen. Bullet time over the top does some damage, but not enough. The Cosmic Radiance protects Hard Hat Zone for quite a while, but Hunter Wolf still is the first to fall. Coil tried to go in, tried to get the lockdown, was doing great on the Leona stuns, but there just wasn't enough follow up. Rutledge goes golden, invests the stopwatch, but falls just the same. Alternative is chasing down Pip in their own base. That is 4 for none. Glacial is the only one left standing after losing one game. Hard Hat Zone stand up said, no, we're not going to take this anymore. This should have been a 3-0. This was how it was supposed to go. Hard Hat Zone in a 22.5-minute game move on and send CB Rush to the lower bracket.
What an absolute turnaround, not just from last game, but from every single game that we have seen tonight. That was unlike anything that we saw. 22 minutes. That was a 20-minute Baron. So that was Baron on spawn. They took the dragons on spawn. They stole the first dragon for all intents and purposes. It was half dead when they showed up. And then they just kept going. And they just kept going. And they just kept going. Rutledge 0-7 on that Swain had a very, very tough lane against Alternative on the Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia showing exactly why it's such a comfort pick and exactly why they should have kept banning it. Despite banning the Lilia, who was not really much of a tide turner in the one game that they did play. Like, did well, but ultimately, I mean, you let Alternative have one game on a comfort champion, and look what happened.
Yeah, like the game that was, the games that were kind of close, he wasn't playing, he wasn't playing the most exciting, most exciting champions. The game that you won, you put him on a 0, which again, he's not like, again, when we say Alternative, is not performing as well on something, it's not like he's performing terribly. It's just, he's not having this type of performance. 17,000 damage in 22 minutes. For the last 2 or 3 minutes, most of the enemy team was dead, so he couldn't even attack them to get more damage in.
On top of that, you compare those numbers to everybody else in the game. That's 5,000 damage more, okay? That is a 30% difference between him and the next person. Okay, 30% more damage than the next person. Other than that person, you could take anybody else in the game and add it with the damage of anybody else in the game, and it is not up to his status at all. He did almost double the amount of damage as his counterpart, who was the highest amount of damage on the opposing team. Absolutely insane. Sorry, I said almost. More than double. I meant to say almost triple. Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal game by Alternative. Everything that we asked to see out of him in that game, and on top of that, retroflexion absolutely dinged all of the skill shots that entire game. Loved it. What we wanted to see on the Seraphine. Dragon Mooncake kept doing the same thing he did. The two of them ended up with identical score lines. Phenomenal gameplay. Bennett, solid as a rock in that top lane. You were playing what you could consider to be weak side top lane because, for one, it's Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
Mordekaiser does well everywhere. It doesn't matter. But on top of that, you're playing Yone into it. You're not trying to out-tank him. You're just outplaying him. And he succeeded. 504, did not die in lane. 12,000 damage, second highest in the game. Absolutely everybody on Hard Hat Zone went incredibly off in that game and earned themselves the 3-1 victory that they took.
Indeed. Now, we will be getting an interview in just a moment with Hard Hat Zone's jungler Llama. We'll take a very brief break to set that up. We will be, when I say right back, this time I mean it literally. It's going to be like 30 seconds max. Don't go anywhere. This interview is going to be absolutely fire. Hello, everybody. We are back. We have Llama, the jungler from Hard Hat Zone, and congratulations on the 3-1 victory. That last game was, quite frankly, terrifying. I think for anybody else watching right now, that feels like if you so much as just poke the bear, Hard Hat Zone is going to come out ready to absolutely smash. So again, congratulations. And I have to ask, after that game 3 loss, what was the plan? What was the comms like coming into game number 4?
Yeah, I think after that game 3, it was definitely a tough loss. I do think our drafts were definitely solid even in that third game. But ultimately for us, I think game 3 we finished and we said, okay, we have beat them 2 games in a row by out team fighting them, and they have not shown that they can beat us by this style. So we said, let's go back to our out team fight. Let's go to this 5v5 where we know we can win. And then I think it was just about kind of clearing our heads because I think ultimately, Glacial had that massive ult at the end of that third game, and ultimately they played really well. So, props in that third game, and I think we just said, okay, we know how we can beat them, and we're going to keep trying to do that.
Yeah, it's exactly something that we called attention to repetitively, was not just the existence of the CC differentials that were in every single one of the games, but the AoE damage difference, right? And that was really the big thing that your team was lacking in that third game. So it's incredible to hear that you identified that. And then obviously game number 4 showed that you rectified it in such an immense way. Really what I have to ask, because we spend so much time talking about drafting, why, how did you guys come to be so comfortable to ban the same 5 things every single time, even after you lost game 4 or game 3? Sorry.
Yeah, no, that was I think we had a plan going in terms of what our bans were. We went through some draft prep, had some ideas. I think we knew what we didn't want to play against more so. And then I think the Mordekaiser shakeup for CB Rush in game 4 there, when they said, hey, this is gonna get banned again, was completely kind of acceptable. And for us, we knew what we didn't want to play with. We knew what we won with. We knew what they could beat us with. And so we said, let's get that out of the table, and everything else will not be a problem.
It definitely worked well. And on that mark of draft, again, game 1 was just I feel like it really set the tone for the series, where you first pick a Mumu, and obviously Dragon Mooncake has played a ton of a Mumu, and then they pick their bot lane that they want into it, and you go, guess what? No, we are putting it in the jungle. Was that like an intentional bait and switch, or were you kind of planning on that Mumu jungle? Was that kind of one of those drafting tricks that y'all had prepared?
I mean, there's a little bit of that, I think. I think we like playing a Mumu, as teams have seen, and I think CB Rush adapted to in those next 3 games by banning it all 3 games. It's a champion we're comfortable with. Even our BBB squad as well likes to pull out the Mumu jungle, and so something to be said with that. It's a fun pick for us. I think we like how it kind of synergizes, does similar things, and it's kind of it's fun to have the little sad mummy on your team. So it definitely was kind of planned, and I think we were able to pivot pretty quickly when we saw they had a response to the Amumu support. and they didn't really have a response for the Amumu jungle. And so we saw that come to fruition in game 1.
Yeah, and you guys played it incredibly well. We even theoried for a brief moment of the harkening back to the Amumu top days, which I'm glad we didn't see because you played incredibly well on the Amumu in the jungle. Then of course you had the Trundle, and we talked about the fact that you as an individual on the Trundle fell behind in game number 3, but you had an incredible bounce back once you got back on the Jarvan, which is clearly a little more of a comfortable pick for you. It complements your playstyle, your team playstyle overall as well. Why did you opt to go to the Trundle instead of something like the Jarvan again?
Yeah, game 3, I mean, I definitely know Trundle. That was something that CB Rush showed in game 2, and that didn't really go their way. But I do know it's something that we've seen that Hunter has had success on. And so it's partially a takeaway. I think we decided that, because we were taking blue side as well, because CB Rush got side selection, we weren't going to be able to pick a J4 that early. Hunter has shown great stuff in the jungle, like the Poppy, which would shut down something like J4. So instead of opting for a Trundle to say, it gave us some misfortune interrupt with the pillar that worked a couple of times. It had some opportunity to sap some of the front line from Leona as well, where she has to go in and kind of pop that W to give her resist that I could maybe snag from her. So it kind of felt, like it worked in that context. But you're right about the early game. I think it was 0-0-0 through the game, and then like 2-2-1 until some of those last fights. So it definitely did not have the same impact that I think the J4 or even the Amumu had.
Right. Well, I will say, y'all brought it back again so decisively in that game number 4. These games were taking so long that people that started matches after y'all were on game number 5 while you were on game number 3, and you closed it out quickly for us. My last question for the night will simply be, next week, y'all play Omega Gaming Obsidian, the bogeyman of your group. They hardly dropped a game, let alone a match. This is a rematch for y'all. How are you feeling, do you think, going into next week? Because again, I will say, y'all look pretty good regular season. Y'all look really in form now.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to go back through the bracket, the pick'em, see what people were putting down. I think already you can toss out at least half of them there because, they might have thought this was an upset. I don't really think so. I think it's same with Omega coming up next week. Yeah, there's, a strong team, as you said. Haven't dropped many games, much less series. But as you've named as well, I think we have lots to show. And I don't think CB Rush made us have to show very much. So we still got lots to pull out of our pocket. And it'll be another quick 3-1 next week.
Oh, he's calling the 3-1 next week.
Okay.
Not even. All right. So I appreciate the balance of confidence, but also reality to say, we're going to beat them, but we're going to drop a game on top of it.
Content. A quick 3-0. If we had that 4th game in game 3, like, what's the content there? It'd be like, all right, well, no stuff. We can have a 40-minute banger in there, too.
Chat, take notes. We got an over-under for their next week. All right. We've already got the predictions out there. Save your channel points up. Make sure you keep the stream open. Is there anything that you want to say to anybody out there before we take off, Llama?
Oh, man, just huge shout out to the Hard Hat Zone supporters. We're definitely in our zone of proximal development, just growing and being stronger. So big shout out to everyone that was messaging me on Discord, like Mossy and Roushi and some of those people during the game, giving me some encouragement. Appreciate that a lot. Check out the Twitter at LlamaCasts. I'll be joining you guys hopefully on some of these casts in the future too.
Not if you're in finals, you won't.
Hey, there you go. Hey, maybe Thursday, maybe I can jump in.
There you go. Yeah.
I'll step out for grand finals, but yeah, so definitely keep an eye out for that as well. And really grateful for the support for me and all of HHC.
Absolutely. And once again, congratulations for all of you watching Thursday. Again, they will be playing their matches tomorrow. They're playing their playoffs as well. Fill out your bracket if you haven't. I actually think I forgot to do mine. So, I can't say I was a Hard Hat Zone disbeliever because I didn't fill it out. But that being said, again, watch tomorrow. Diamond playoffs still go, or actually, are Diamond playoffs done? I can't remember. It's late at night. I'm sleepy. We're getting out of here. Thank you so much to our producers. Thank you to our players. Oshi, thank you as well. And thank you in chat for watching. Once again, check out our sponsors, Pro Comps and Metafy. Use code CCS for Pro Comps, CCS10 for Metafy at checkout. Until next week, be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.